What it do, what it do, what it do, what it do. We're going to let everybody get in here before we get started on the video show. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're going to get started here in just a moment. In just a moment, we will get started on different topics here. On the topic of, is Donald Trump approval rating plummeting right now? Several polls have come out. The Washington Post have come out. Reuters have come out. Different polls have come out. Multiple polls have come out. And right now they're saying that Donald Trump is at a historic low of approval rating. Right now. What's up, Icy Fox in the building? I'm doing good, Icy. Sterling, what up, big homie? Sterling in the building. We in here right now, man. We in here right now. We about to get the show started in here in just a moment. You're trying to get more people in here. Hit that like button on the way in. Or if you're just coming in to say hi, hit that like button on the way out. Hit that like button on the way out. What's up, Jazz? Jazz said, hey, hope you had a great day. I had a wonderful day of rest. I slept most of the day. Now we on the road, on my way to Nebraska. Thank you for coming through, showing that love, Jazz. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Much love to you all. Much love. The show is about to begin here in a moment. We're going to get the video started in just several moments. We're going to get everybody in here. Let us know where you stand. The approval ratings came out, and it ain't no surprise, y'all. If you surprised, I'm surprised. If you surprised, I'm surprised by these approval ratings that have come out, these polls that are coming out. And a lot of people may say, well, where are the polls? I haven't seen any polls. There's polls out there. Washington Post, Reuters. Um, let me look at the other polls right here real quick. There's a lot of polls out there that people are participating in different surveys out there. So there's hold on real quick. Let me find these polls real quick to show y'all what I'm talking about. You got the CNN polls, the the Ballotpedia came out today. The Ballotpedia came out today. The Silver Bulletin Average came out today. New York Times Tracker, right? There's several polls out there y'all can look into just to give you all some insight. There's several polls you can look out there. These are some sources for you. The Washington Post, you can look into that. Reuters had a poll as well. Sterling said he training. That's no surprise. You always putting in that work, brother. It's no surprise at all. Somebody said Trump is the GOAT. It don't seem like it at this point. Do not seem like it at this point, guys. Hit that like button on the way in. And if you come in to show some love, hit that like button on the way out. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody that come in. The Washington Post, ABC News, Ipsos poll. Approval rating right now for Donald Trump is sitting at 39% on the Washington Post. Disapproval is sitting at 60%. Strong disapproval, 47% of adults. This shows a large negative gap between approval and disapproval, one of the highest disapproval ratings of his presidency. And that source right there comes from the Washington Post. Reuters also came out and said Trump's overall approval tied at about 38%, one of the lowest of his second term. Approval of his immigration policy also hit a record low at 38%, says Reuters. So that's Washington Post was the first source. Second source, Reuters came out. You got another source here from the tip slash League of American Workers out of Wisconsin. All right, in key battleground Wisconsin, a state poll found 39% approval rating and 54% disapproval, deeply underwater in a crucial, might I add, crucial swing state. All right, somebody said it's hard to trust these sources. Well, I'm giving you sources, so I'm giving you sources. It's up to you to trust it or not. It's up to you to trust it or not. I'm giving you the sources, guys. Hit that like button. Get us up to 10. Get us up to 10 likes. Get us up to 20 likes, guys. Show some love on the live, guys. Put some love on the live. You in here, you enjoying the show. Thank you so much for being here right now. All right, that was number 3. Number 4, poll aggregators. Multiple polls combined. An aggregate of many nationwide approval polls from different organizations shows Trump numbers well below 50% overall. All right. So here's the aggregate poll aggregators right here. Poll source approval: CNN 38%, 60% disapproval. Real Clear Politics average 43% approval rating, 56% disapproval. The Ballotpedia, all right, came out February the 23rd. Approval rating 42%, disapproval 56% amongst Americans. All right. Silver Bulletin average 41% approval rating, disapproval rating 56%. All right. And guess what, guys? I do polls every day. I do polls here right on my channel every day, right? And I'm gonna tell you right now, these votes get up to 500-600 votes a day, and the overwhelming majority is always disapproval. So you can say I don't trust the polls, I don't trust the sources. Guys, I'm 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 doing my own pollings every day in real life. I'm doing my own polls every day in real life, and the overwhelming majority is disapproval every single day. Every day. There's never the approval is never winning. Never. Every day. You go check my videos out. I'm getting 5,000 views a day, 4,000, 22,000, 28,000, 26,000. Like, these people are voting. Every day they're voting. Every day. All right. So other recent pollings, Harvard Cap slash Harris poll. All right. Found Trump's overall job approval falling compared with recent months below mid 40s. The Pew Research Center in late January reported 37% approval, down from 40% earlier. Okay. So when news outlets talk about Trump's approval rating is sinking, they mean several things reflected across these surveys. Approval consistently below 45% or even 40% in many polls, right? So he has yet to even crack this year. He has yet to even crack 50% approval rating. That's crazy. That's crazy. Disapproval is higher than approval by double-digit margins. The aggregate averages shows a net negative. More people disapprove than approve. These trends are roughly similar or worse than earlier in his term, not improving lately. All right. So that was just some information right there, guys. I wanted to give y'all on the different sources that I saw out there on these approval ratings. All right. So you guys, we're gonna get into a video right here because there's several videos out there. They're talking about this right now, and if you guys could be so kind to hit the like button on the way in, get us up to 10 likes. We're almost at 10 likes. I appreciate each and every one of you. All right, Icy Fox, don't be Icy Fox. Don't mind. A lot of times those guys are. Remember, we have zombies that come into the chat. Okay, understand that we have zombies that come into the chat. All right, zombies, we know what they are. Don't get too been out of shape over that. You understand that? You know Dom don't care. Dom don't mind people coming here all the time and say crazy stuff. And Dom is not offended. All right. I know you offended by it because you love Dom. This your favorite channel. You love Dom, and everybody love the real ones love me, right? They try to protect me, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When you ignore zombies, they'll eventually go away. Understand that. They will eventually go away. So we got 96 votes already on the poll. Hit that like button, chat. We got 96 votes. We almost at 100 votes already. Hit that like button. Let's get the likes up to match the votes. All right. So right now, like I told you guys, there's a big disapproval rating happening right now, and this is this is really gonna. A lot of people say they don't believe the recent pollings, and it'll all show. Here comes when the midterms come around. This is really going to be telling. This is really going to be telling if people are either disapproving of Donald Trump or is people disapproving of the Republican Party altogether. So the midterm is going to be a big tell factor to let everybody know what's really happening, right? But I'm doing my own polls every single day, and like I told you earlier, every day the overwhelming majority, do not approve of Donald J. Trump. Connor, what's up, Connor? How you doing, brother? I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well, bro. Connor, I can't complain. But we're gonna get into some of these videos right here. We're gonna get into some of the videos, right? And we're gonna see what they're saying. I just gave you all the sources, the research. I gave you all where you can go look at these poll numbers yourself, okay? And I can go back over that really quick. You can go look at Reuters, Washington Post, tip, TIPP tip slash the League of American Workers out of Wisconsin. You can go look at the different poll aggregators, CNN poll, Real Clear Politics average poll, Ballotpedia polls, Silver Bulletin average polls, New York Times tracker. You can go check all of these out yourself. All right. What's up, Lou Hawk? How's it going? All right. I'm giving you guys the sources. You can go do your own homework. Okay. Do your own homework. I'm not gonna do all the work for you. So let's get into some of the videos because Dom gonna always bring the sources. Understand that. I'm gonna bring the sources. I ain't just gonna talk out my ass. I'm gonna bring the sources. Right, and it's up to you to believe the sources. All right, all I'm doing is bringing the information. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the messenger, okay? So we're going to get into it. Tariffs work when there's a domestic alternative, when the only goods available for purchase are foreign. Tariffs are just another form of taxation. We already broke down tariffs before. We broke down that. And don't nobody know if these tariffs are actually going to work because it's actually going to take some time to see if they'll work. But I guess time will tell if Donald Trump tariffs will actually work. All right, so let's get into some videos right here, chat. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Do you approve of Donald Trump or do you not approve of Donald Trump? Let me know. We got 141 votes already. We got so many people coming in already voting and they're leaving. They're coming in, they're going out. Guys, you come in, hit the like button. Just come in and hit the like button on your way in or hit the like button on your way out. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. And Tifa, you said, Dom, did you see tonight is or Tennessee is pushing a bill to give death penalty for women who get abortions? Absolutely not. I got to look into that. I have not seen that. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If that's true, I got to somebody go and look and fact check that. Double fact check that. I have not seen anything along those lines. JD Vance says, if you don't break the dependency, then you become uh, reliant. The tariffs are the first steps to independence. All right, so we got mixed opinions on the tariffs. We got mixed opinions on the tariffs. All right. Eddie says somebody Ron says they're tired. They tired this his last time, and we do have a good reference point if they will work. It's called history. There we go. There we go. You make a good point, Runs. Eddie says, I'm concerned about the three polls that had Trump at 68, 71, and 72 approval. I haven't saw the three polls. What three polls are you talking about? You see how I just gave you the sources of the polls that came out? Give me the sources of those polls that are 68, 71, 72 approval rating. Where are your sources on that? All right, so let's get into the video chat. Thank you guys for being here. We're about to get rolling right now. We're gonna get the video started as Dom. Go ahead and take off right now. So let's go. Hit that like button on the way in and hit it on the way out. If you're coming in just to say hi, hit the like button. And if you're just going in and coming out, hit the like button on your way out. Vote on the polls. Right now we have 55% disapproval, 44% 44% disapproval. I mean 44% approval, 56% disapproval with 170 votes. 170 votes. All right. Antifa, that's not true. Abortions in Tennessee are outlawed without two doctors' approvals to save the life of a mother. This does not stop residents of Tennessee going to places like Chicago to get their abortion. That's facts. Survivor playing as surveys. Okay. Okay. He just gave us a source right there. Tennessee HB 570 SB 738. Let me take a picture of that. I hope is that the source you're giving us? Those polls might be from other YouTubers, not necessarily from news sources. What are you talking about? These are actually from news sources that I just read out. You just came into the chat. I literally just read out like not eight news sources. I just read out like 8 sources with different polls, literally. And they're not from YouTubers at all. So I don't know if you were talking to me or maybe somebody else. I don't know. If anyone does want to fact check that, okay, all right. So let me take a picture of that because I actually want to go and look into that. Let me take a picture of that real quick, Antifa. Antifa. I'm taking a picture of your source right now. I have to check it later. I have to check it later after the show. Welcome to the show, everybody. Go ahead and hit that like button, please. Get us up to 20 likes. We're almost there. We just started tonight. We just started. We're 10 minutes in. We're literally 10 minutes in, and we got 190 votes with 10 minutes in. Guys, come into the live, hit the like button. On the way out, hit the like button. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate it. Dom, check your phone. The thing, the phone, the Tennessee thing, real. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. Oh, you sent it to me? Oh, you didn't send it to me. I thought maybe you sent it to me. What's going on, everybody, man? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Shout out to all my moderators, man. They do a great job. What's going on, Bundrick? No, talking to the other guy. Okay. My bad, my bad, my bad. All right, so we're gonna get into some of these different videos right here, so we can listen in on what they're talking about across different news outlets about this disapproval rate, approval rates, all of that came out. Wait, where did you send it to me on Instagram? Okay, yeah, he sent it to me on Instagram. He sent it to me on Instagram. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, you just send it to me on Instagram real quick because I'm on this phone. The phone that you might have sent it to me. Send it to me on Instagram because I'm using my main phone. I'm using that right now to stream. We got 209 votes. 209 votes already. All right, we got 209 votes already. All righty, all righty, all righty. Trump does place higher in independent polls. ABC, CNN obviously polls him lower for partisan funding reasons. Right. Well, not right, but independent polls like what? What? See, that's very vague. Trump does place higher in independent polls. Which ones? Give us some polls. Give us some sources we can go check out. I just called out all these sources and gave it to you guys. All right. Give us some sources we can go read and check out too. Which sources are you seeing? Which independent polls? Which independent polls? Because the Pew Research Center, Research Center at 37% approval rating. Harvard caps the Harris poll found Trump overall job approval falling compared with recent months below mid 40s. All right. The Ballotpedia came out. That's an independent poll. The Ballotpedia came out, approval rating 42%, disapproval rating 56%. The Silver Bulletin average 41% approval, disapproval 56%. The Real Clear Politics average 43% approval rating, 56% disapproval. All right, so let us know. Give us some sources. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get into a few of these videos, guys. Thank you for coming in. Hit that like button. Alrighty. All right. Sterling just sent me the source on that real quick. Tennessee bill proposes death penalty for women who have abortions. All right. Let me see. Let me read into this. So somebody just let me see what's going on right here. This came out today. So Buddy was not wrong about that. So we go before we get into this, let's just read this real quick. Tennessee proposes bill proposes death penalty for women who have abortions. A new bill in Tennessee could impose death penalty for women who have abortions, according to reports. An amendment on House Bill 570 and Senate Bill 738, advanced by two state House Republicans, would allow prosecutors to charge women who have abortions with fetal homicide, which carries sentences of life imprisonment, life without parole, or death penalty. It was introduced by State Representative Jody Barrett and State Senator Mark Pody, both Republicans. Newsweek reached out to Barrett and Pody for comment. Why it matters. Hold on. Abortion again emerged as a key issue in America after June 2022 U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Dobbs versus Jackson Women Health Organization that overturned Roe v. Wade, allowing states to craft their own abortion laws. Under state law following the Dobbs ruling, all abortions are restricted in Tennessee once a fetal heartbeat can be detected, which is often about 6 weeks of pregnancy. The law makes an exception if the life of the mother is at risk, but does not allow the procedure in cases of rape or incest. All right. Performing an abortion in Tennessee is a Class C felony. All right, it can result in up to 15 years in prison and fines for doctors. But the bill, which has been referred to the House Population Health Subcommittee and has not yet been considered, makes laws stricter and would classify harm done to an unborn child as equal to assault on a person born alive. However, Barrett told WTVF in Nashville that the amendment does not specifically mention the death penalty. What people are saying, the Southern Baptist Convention President Clint Presley said it would provide preborn children with equal protection of the laws. I know damn well nobody in the church. I know damn well nobody in the church is not. That is crazy, bro. Oh no. Okay, he's not. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Let me take that back. He said by protecting the lives of preborn children with the same laws that protect people who are born, we are simply loving our neighbors in the womb as ourselves. He added on X. The foundation to abolish abortion in the statement under this legislation, murdering anyone would be made illegal for everyone, ensuring that all humans made in the image of God are equally protected in accordance with the Tennessee Constitution, the United States Constitution, and the law of God. All right. If the law is passed, it would take effect on July the 1st. July the 1st. Oh wow. Death penalty for abortions is it's a bit harsh. It's a bit very that's harsh right there. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That's harsh. That is very harsh. Ugh. Especially if you and then they said it's not it's not including anyways, dog. That's a different topic. That's a different topic. We ain't gonna get into that tonight. But thank you for that source, Sterling. Thank you for that source, brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right. Here we go. So let's go ahead and get into this, guys. We got 311 votes right now. 55% says no, 45% says yes. Okay, which is right along. I do polls every day, and the overwhelming majority is always no. Every day. Every day. Every single day. All right. So let's go ahead and get into the first video. Here we go, chat. Hit that like button. We're almost at 20 likes. Hit that like button on the way in. And if you're just coming by to vote, hit it on the way out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Put some love on the live. Put some love on the live. We're almost at 20 likes. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Let's talk about the approval numbers. I hope you're sitting down for these. Actually, you can stand. It's fine. Donald Trump's approval ratings are collapsing, and not just a little bit. We're talking about another massive drop. And the most important takeaway, if you take away nothing else from this segment than this, it's that Trump's core campaign issue is what is pushing people away. The economy, one of his core campaign issues. Let's go through the numbers. There's a new national poll that shows Trump's net approval is negative 18. Negative 18. In fact, I can pull up a bunch of this stuff so that we can look at it. You take a look at, let me find the right ones here. Here it is. You take a look at Trump approval, and you see that overall, Trump has 34% approve, 53% disapprove. That's actually minus 19. Trump is minus 19 on approval. Only 34% approve of his job performance, with 53% disapproving. This is a disastrous number for a president at any point of their presidency. Barely out of the first year of a term, it is really, really bad. Now, what is fascinating is that if you look at the economy, let me find exactly where this is. Economic concerns here. If you look at Trump on the economy, he's not doing particularly well.
Shout out to Sterling, man. Shout out to the big homie Sterling for coming to for joining the membership, man. Sterling, I appreciate you, bro. Joining the inner circle, guys. I appreciate that, Sterling. Much love to you, bro. Shout out to Sterling, y'all. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for the new member.
And as you look at all of the issues and how he is doing, economy is sort of down in the lower half, and he is in negative territory on the economy. He is still doing okay on immigration and border security, as well as crime and public safety, although you have to remember that those have worsened dramatically. You might say, well, I thought that he was doing poorly on immigration. He's doing way worse than he was because he's not carrying it out in a way that most people actually want to see him do. And fascinatingly, if you look at on all of these issues, who is expected to do a better job? On every single issue, voters have moved away from Republicans and towards Democrats. Sometimes it's not a huge change. On the economy and jobs, it has gone from plus 10 for Republicans to only plus 3. Republicans have lost 7 points on the economy. On cost of living, they've lost 8 points. On immigration, they've lost 11 points. 11 points. On threat to democracy, it was already so bad, but he's lost a little bit more there. Republicans have lost a little bit more there. So what you have to understand here is when you go and you talk to a voter and you say, hey, how are things for you right now? If they're sort of okay economically, they are way more likely to say they are satisfied with the job Trump is doing than if they are struggling economically. When you look at people struggling financially, Trump's support completely collapses. And the most damaging part of this politically is that it's even happening within Trump's own voters. If you say, okay, let's now only look at the people who voted Trump. How are you doing economically? Even Trump voters who today say they are not doing well economically, they are moving away from Donald Trump. So there is an erosion inside of Trump's own coalition that is very, very dangerous. Now, on the economy, the reason that the numbers are souring for Trump are cost of living, inflation, food prices, gas prices, jobs, and everyday expenses. This is a massive concern to all voters, including Trump voters. Yes, Trump's numbers on immigration have worsened, but immigration is cited as a less important issue. Yes, Trump's data on foreign policy points in the negative direction, but that is not as important to voters as cost of living and affordability. And when you look at likely voters, Democrats now have a 7-point lead in a generic ballot. That is not a good number for Republicans 8.5 months from the midterm elections. Now, this is not only something that can happen to Republicans. You look at 2024, Democrats increasingly struggled because of the perception around the economy. Telling voters under Biden the economy's great didn't convince people who were struggling that the economy was great. It certainly wasn't great for them. But the shift here is 8 points on the economy away from Republicans, away from Trump, and towards Democrats right now. And the trend is very clear. The culture war crap, you may get people worked up about it. You may get a lot of posts about it on social media. But as far as what voters want from their administration, it's not about the culture war stuff. It's not about men and women's sports or any of that crap. It's the economy. And the economic issue that delivered Trump the presidency, which was things suck under Biden, I'm going to make it better, is pushing voters away. And it is an important reversal. There's a lesson to be learned here. It's really easy to make populist economic promises. Really easy. It is a lot more difficult to deliver on them. You can campaign and say, I will bring prices down. But doing that requires negative inflation. And it's really difficult to get that. You can't command prices to fall unless you absolutely destroy the economy and set off a deflationary spiral. And so the expectation and the promise is crashing into reality, and the approval numbers are following it down. So Trump won power on economic promises, and now he is losing support based on the failure to achieve that which he promised. Appreciate you watching. Stick around for this next video, and don't forget to hit subscribe.
All right,
so
all
you
right,
actually
all right.
see our uploads. You can also.
Aiden, is that you, Aiden? I believe that's Aiden. What's up, Aiden? What's up, Aiden? How you doing?
Lose 45 pounds and look completely transformed.
Somebody said, where are you driving? We on the way to Nebraska.
February 23rd, we start the chair tight heat.
We're on the way to Nebraska.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Saturday, February 14th, 2026. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope you guys are having a great day. Today I wanted to talk to you not about Valentine's Day, but instead about the President of the United States and his approval rating visualized on the screen right now, despite it being Valentine's, because we're using approve and disapprove as blue and red. You're actually not going to see all that much red on the map here because the president is remarkably unpopular across the country. As we see, he hits a record low, as we talked about in yesterday's video. Negative 19 stands to be the lowest point ever of this second administration, as well as matching one of the lowest points ever in Donald Trump's first term. Believe it or not, his approval rating is hovering around the same as the day it was on the day after the January 6th insurrection. And so I figured that with this record low on the national stage, it would be helpful to visualize it across the country to really break down where Donald Trump's support really lies in different pockets and regions of this country and why it matters a ton for the 2026.
Thank you for that gift, Phoenix.
Now, flashback. Donald Trump won in 2024 with 312 electoral votes across the country, winning a number of states ranging from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all the swing states, safe red states, lean red states, likely red states, tilt red states. Donald Trump's performance was enough to usher him in to the largest victory we've seen for Republicans in the last 40 years. Not to mention, he's the second Republican ever in the 21st century, the second time in this century that Republicans have actually won the national popular vote. He didn't win it in 2016. George W. Bush didn't win it in 2000. And so in 2024, he won by about 1.5 points on the national stage against Vice President Kamala Harris, winning in those 312 electoral votes. But what we will find today is nothing around 312 electoral votes for Donald Trump. We are going to be using blue to signify disapprove and red to signify approve. I just realized I completely switched these here. Let's go ahead and just make the difference. Disapprove. Here we are. Oops, I can't spell.
Tina, what poll are you talking about, Tina? You talking about the poll that I have on the live?
The president would actually like to see that at some point, but here's where we're at. Approve is the red for Donald Trump. The disapprove is blue for the Democrats. I want to start off this video by saying that I never expect approval rating to be 1-to-1 in terms of actual vote share or electoral performance if we were to apply it to just strictly how voters were to vote in a presidential election. But I certainly do think it is helpful for us understanding the direct electoral impact of where Donald Trump is most unpopular and why that will be a driving force for Democrats and Republicans in 2026 and 2028 as we look ahead to future elections. While it may not be 1-to-1, there absolutely is a correlation between presidential approval and party vote share on election day. While it's not perfect, it is absolutely an indicator. If a president, let's say, is down 19 nationally like Donald Trump is today, the Republicans stand to be at an even worse position than when they were at Donald Trump's approval rating being down maybe 10 or 5 points across the country. So we are going to go ahead and start off here by looking at the numbers that are bad, I would say, for the president. I think that's the best way to look at it just for now. I think that's the easiest thing. The reason why is because there are far more states that disapprove of the president. And so I kind of want to fill out the map here with our safe, approved states, safe, disapproved states. Essentially, these are states that approve of the president by more than 15 points or disapprove of the president by more than 15 points. And you can really start to see exactly how this map and the math here for Republicans really starts breaking down. I'm going to start off, like I said, with the disapproval numbers. In a lot of states, you could absolutely expect. States like Hawaii, California, Oregon, Washington, these are states that are safe for the Democrats, or I guess safe against the president because they disapprove of him by such a significant amount. And it isn't really all that shocking, right? These are states that voted for Kamala Harris by roughly double digits, so we wouldn't really be all that surprised that these states stood to be, in 2024, safe states for the Democrats, and again will find themselves to be in direct opposition to the president by such an excessive amount. What actually might surprise you, though, are the states that joined them. Now, all of the states that Kamala Harris won in the last election are states that disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing by well over 15 points. And I think, again, this entirely makes sense. These are states and these are, parts of the country that are in direct opposition, maybe in terms of, actual proximity to the nation's capital, or just generally speaking, find themselves to be very angry and put off by the actions of this administration. And so these states and districts immediately come in as ones that Kamala Harris, having already won these, gives that baseline benchmark that only got worse as Donald Trump took office. The states that already rejected him certainly don't like him now, and his numbers have not improved in any single one of these states. He's well over 15 points in terms of disapproval across the country and in many of these states, and we will find that it actually is now dripping down into some of these swing states that Donald Trump fought tirelessly to actually win in the last presidential election. And here's the thing. Every single swing state that voted for him in 2024 now finds themselves against him in terms of approval. Wisconsin disapproves by 16 points. Michigan by more. Pennsylvania by more. North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, all states that were on the cusp in my last video of being safe states against the president in the terms of the disapproval column, and now find themselves here. Why? Because the president's actions have only been perceived worse than where they were 2 weeks ago when I last made this video. And I try to space these out, right? I don't try to do them back to back to back. I don't think it's actually all that helpful in terms of understanding the electoral dynamics of our country, as long as the data is stagnant. As long as the growth hasn't moved, as long as the disapproval and the approval numbers stay roughly the same.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining the live show tonight. Hit that like button. We're almost at 30 likes. Thank you so much. Here we
But
go.
since 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone down 2 points worse, which is actually one of the biggest declines we've seen for this president in such a short period of time. Since, he came out of that honeymoon phase, since then, it's been pretty steady in terms of its decline, but it actually plateaued for a bit. Negative 17 was a constant since mid-November. But now it's negative 19, and that is actually having a direct impact, a tangible one, on many of the states that might have approved of him before, that were on the cusp of disapproving, that now find themselves squarely in the disapproval column. And that's why, at the baseline, Democrats come into this with about 308 electoral votes that strongly disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing, enough so that is registering on this map right now. 308 to 0 for Trump, and he doesn't have that many states that come into his favor and say, I approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing by more than 15 points. But to fill in those states, you would be shocked to see just how few there actually are. Some of the states that probably don't surprise you are states like Wyoming and West Virginia, but those are half of the states that approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing by over 15 points. Idaho and North Dakota joined the bunch, and that's where we're at. 14 electoral votes in the safe column. I would actually throw in Nebraska's 3rd district as the most conservative district in the country. About 15 electoral votes compared to 308 that strongly disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president of the United States. And as we continue onward, I'm going to start off on the Republican side to just fill out this map a little bit more. You really start to see just how much his numbers have dwindled since coming into office. South Dakota joins the ranks as a likely red state here. Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, sure, right? Oklahoma joins the bunch. These are states that we're not all that surprised that Donald Trump is doing slightly better in compared to, some of the other ones, but he should be up 30 or 40 points in these states because he won them by that amount. Right, he has had astronomical margins in all of the states that I just characterized, and yet they can't find themselves to approve of him by more than 14 points. And on some of the lower ends here, some of these states only approve of him by about 10 or 11 points. Nothing is amazing here for the president. It's really in a bad position. And that's exactly what this data is telling us. Donald Trump's approval rating has been contained on the positive side to just a handful of voters in a lot of these blue states, but primarily in these red states that are barely filling out the map, that are scrambling to get even to a fraction of what he got in the last presidential election. Now, when you add in those states that disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing by a margin of 5 to 15 points, they're not going to be excessively Democratic states at all, but there's certainly states that might surprise you across the board here that you are going to find yourself looking at and saying, holy crap, has the president lost some key support across the country in many of these portions, in many of these states. As we look, we can fill out the map here. Democrats would be happy to see this. Donald Trump would be shocked. Ohio and Iowa disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing by the mid to high single digits. Really bad for the president. Ohio's down, Iowa's down. Are abysmal for a president who won these states by double digits in the last presidential election. Florida against the president by 7, Texas by 6. These states were never even meant to be within the realm of possibility for Democrats. And yet it is Donald Trump's approval rating that is driving candidates like James Tallarico to have the possibility of winning there in 2026, and Sherrod Brown in Ohio, and so on and so forth, all because voters have a very sour taste of the president and his office, how he's handling the oath of office, and we are seeing it on full display on maps like these. Alaska disapproves of the job that Donald Trump is doing. Nebraska's first district, or Maine's second district rather, joins the ranks as one of those states or districts, and you'll see here that it is these states that might have voted for Trump by, in some cases, an excessive amount, double digits in 5 out of the 6 states that we just characterized. And yet, voters say now that they are unhappy with what Donald Trump is doing with his oath of office. And are we all that surprised? My honest answer, absolutely not. 416 electoral votes in the disapproval column, 59 in the approval column. Let's fill out some of the states that find themselves slightly approving of the president. These are states that were on the cusp of going, against him had the numbers gotten worse, and we were seeing it in the last map. But let's go ahead and fill out the remainder of this map, at least on the side of Donald Trump's approval rating. States like Mississippi still approve of the president. States like Louisiana, states like Nebraska still approve of the president. And so it isn't really all that shocking for for me at least, looking at this and saying, all right, these states kind of track and make sense. But the sheer few amount of states that find themselves to say they approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing should be shocking and glaring for the White House and the Republicans in Washington, D.C., because it shows just how bad of a position they are for 2026. On the disapproval side, states that used to be on the red side in my last video, South Carolina, Missouri, Indiana, Nebraska's first district, Kansas, joined the bunch. These are states that on the map here fill in as slightly disapproving of the president by either more than half a point or anywhere up to 5 points. And that brings the disapproval number.
I don't know if y'all see everything over there. Y'all see it over there to the left? I just wanted to tell y'all real quick. It snowed really bad in Iowa last week. It snowed really bad in Iowa. And I just showed you guys on the left, there is it looked like there's a wrecker over there to the left. There's a huge semi truck that had flipped over in the ditch over there. And I actually went to Nebraska this past weekend. I went to Nebraska and I saw it over there the first time on the way to Nebraska, and then I saw it on the way back from Nebraska. And now I'm on my way to Nebraska right now, and they're just now getting that truck out of the ditch. They're just now getting that truck out of the ditch right now. So that truck has been there since like Saturday. That truck has been in the ditch since Saturday. Flipped over in the ditch. The truck and just now getting it out. And I saw that Saturday. Crazy. Anyway, let's get back to the video, y'all. Let's get back to the video.
453 electoral votes and the approval to 85 across the country. In the video I did 2 weeks ago, we actually have it up here. The numbers were 116 to 422. The numbers today are 453 to 85. 422 to 116 to 453 to 85. Absolutely insane difference here, and one that really shows you just how bad of a position the president is in on the national stage. He can't even crack 100 electoral votes on a presidential election basis in terms of actually approval rating across these states. And look at Utah, Montana, Louisiana, Mississippi. They're all just a few percentage points. Nebraska, just a few percentage points from joining the Democrats in the disapproval, which would bring Donald Trump's numbers down to roughly around 70 across the country. 70 for the president who a year and 3 months ago won 312. Voters are angry, and it is on full display across the country. And in many of these states, Republicans are going to be fighting for their lives in 2026. You might be thinking, this reminds you a lot of 2018. And I think to a degree, it makes sense that it does. Blue wave then, blue wave now. But looking at the approval rating of Trump in 2018, he was only underwater in a few more states. Significantly, he was actually underwater in significantly less states than where he is right now on the national stage. His approval rating on election day, November of 2018, -7. -7. Today, he's -19. These are vastly different electorates and vastly different circumstances. The president's numbers are abysmal for a multitude of reasons. And we can see that across the board here, 453 to 85 is one of the worst places to be for the president across the stage here, in a massive downturn from the numbers from just 2 weeks ago, and a significant downturn, a catastrophic downturn from the numbers of November of 2024. That is the future that Donald Trump is building for the Republican Party, and we are seeing it clear as day here on our map. 85 that approve of the president and 453 that do not. In a massive and stunning display of disapproval of the president, the numbers have only continued to get worse. And it is on the Republicans and the president to change the way that Americans perceive him, to avoid a complete and total landslide blowout come November of this year. But as we've seen in terms of the action and inaction from this administration, I wouldn't get your hopes up that much is going to change between now and the next 9 months, as Democrats and Republicans fight to campaign on both sides of the aisle, for and against the president. And this president stands in as one of the most unpopular in modern American history, ushering in what could be one of the biggest victories for Democrats in decades. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below. Subscribe on the left if you haven't already, and check out the Instagram and Twitter. At the top left of the screen, there's also a Discord server.
Somebody earlier said he's in his last term anyway. He can't run for president again. So why does this matter, guys? The approval rating for the president going out in his last term, especially with the midterms coming up, it matters a lot, bro. It matters because for the remaining of his term, he should be trying to have a higher percentage approval percentage rate. He should be trying so that his party can win the majority of the midterms, so that he can do the things that he want to do, that so he can try to pass the right legislation. He can try to pass these legislation that he want to pass. But he ain't gonna do too well. The Republicans ain't gonna do too well in the midterms, bro. I'm telling y'all that right now. And if y'all don't have to believe these polls that are coming out, and I gave y'all all the sources earlier. I gave you the sources of all these different polls that are coming out. You can believe it or you don't have to believe it. It don't matter to me. I do polls on almost every live. I do polls every day, and the overwhelming majority is always disapproval. Right now we have 618 votes. Right now, 618 votes. Somebody say, "Well, how you got 618 votes with only 17 people in the chat?" Because people come and they leave. People come into the live, they vote, and then they leave. Literally, that's what they're doing. So right now we sitting at 600 something plus votes, and 59% are disapproving the president. They disapprove of Donald Trump. They disapprove. So you can believe the national, you can disbelieve the national polls all you want, but Dom is doing his own polls every single day, and it looked like what the national polls are saying is facts, facts on facts on facts. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But anyways, let's get into the next video. Let's get into the next video because this is very important, whether you believe it or not. With the midterms coming up in November, it's very important. So here we go. Hit that like button on the way in, guys. I appreciate each and every one of y'all voting and participating in the polls. That boy said Trump 2028. Boy, that's impossible, boy. Are you dumb?
What's your take with what you're looking at on how people are feeling about how Trump is doing in this moment?
Yeah, okay. I would borrow the phrasing of Tony Blair, of course, the former prime minister of Great Britain, saying weak, weak, weak. It was weak over there in the United Kingdom. It is weak here in the United States when it comes to President Trump. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. Look at all the pre-SOTUS polls, the State of the Union. Look at this. Okay, we're at this point. Look at that. Negative 27 points. My goodness gracious, the snow is up to the knees here in New York City, and Trump seems to be well underneath it at this point. Compare that to where he was in 2020, 2019, and 2018 in term one going into those State of the Unions. Minus 10, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. The bottom line is this. Donald Trump has never been weaker going into a State of the Union address, according to our CNN polling, than he is right now, and weaker by a considerable amount.
So this is his first term to his second term. How does it compare to other presidents at this point in their second term? Then?
Yeah, okay. It's not just that Donald Trump is breaking records compared to himself when it comes to State of the Union. He's breaking records compared to other presidents at this point going into a State of the Union. What are we talking about? Look at all the 21st century presidents on your screen right here. About at this point in the second term going into the State of the Union. Trump at minus 27 points. Obama was at minus 15 points. George W. Bush was at minus 11 points. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that minus 27 points is considerably lower than minus 15 or minus 11. So Trump isn't just weaker than he's ever been going into a State of the Union address. He is weaker than any other president this century going into a State of the Union address at this point in their second term.
We're talking about it all throughout.
Hey, Chloe, how you doing, Chloe?
Numbers, but talk about what is driving this drop for the president.
What is driving this drop? I said record was the name of the game when it came to this segment, right? Talking about the lowest Trump has ever been going into the State of the Union, the lowest that any president has been this century going into a State of the Union at this point in their presidency. It is also the weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independents. Look at this drop. We've been talking about it the past few months. At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this. Minus 47 points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his two terms as president with independents. That is driving these numbers. When you're 47 points underwater with independents, that's the name of the game. You can't be above water overall. And that's why Donald Trump is near record lows overall and the lowest he's ever been going into a State of the Union address.
We have a new CNN poll out this morning with President Trump's approval rating at 36%. That's lower than President Biden was at this point 4 years ago.
Damn!
And it's down 12 percentage points since a year ago, just last February. Just 32% of Americans say the president
Lower
is
than Joe
focused on the
Biden.
right priorities. 68%. Nearly
How the hell he was lower than
70%
Joe
Americans
Biden?
say he is focused on the wrong things. This morning, the president had this to say about tomorrow's address.
Greatest economy we've ever had. We have the most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. I mean, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about.
I'm joined by a terrific group.
If you are excited or if you are ready for the State of the Union address tomorrow, put a 1 in the chat. If you are excited for the President's State of the Union address tomorrow, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're excited and you're ready for the State of the Union address.
Stories here. If you look at where the president was in January of 2021, this is January 6th, the attack on the Capitol, this is in the middle of COVID, 32%. Now he's at 26% among independents, which means only a quarter of independents in the United States of America approve of the job that he is doing.
Yeah, and he's very aware of that. Now, of course, I don't think any of us are surprised that he's going to be giving a long speech tomorrow. Long in his terms, though. I mean, that seems like it might be really, really long.
I think it was 90 minutes before.
Right. I mean, if he's calling it long, it might be a little bit of a doozy. But, you know, when it comes to independence, when it comes to the job that he's doing, there is a lot of frustration inside of the White House. It's not as though he is not seeing these polls. We know that he is reliant on these polls. We know that he is seeing polls on a regular basis from his own in-house pollsters. And that's why you're hearing a lot more frustration when it comes to the president, when you're hearing him give these speeches saying essentially, even just now in this event that he was doing with these angel families, talking about how the media never gives him good coverage. He never gets credit for anything that he's doing. He believes that this is the media's fault, that this is his own PR's fault. And that's the reason that he's not getting the credit. And that's why the polls are bad, not because of what he is focused on.
It's because how people feel out
Yeah.
there. And you obviously every day talk to people who are on the ballot in just a few months.
Yeah, and he actually?
Everybody in the chat, hit that like button, man. Shout out to New York in the building.
Now, which is not, everything is so great. The economy is amazing. This is the best ever. And trying to cheerlead his way into convincing Americans that they're not feeling how they're feeling.
Thank
Can
you
he
for the
move in a
bronze
direction saying,
medal.
look,
Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it.
there's pain right now that people are feeling. We are working on it to deal with it in X, be very specific. We're dealing with X, we're dealing with Y, we're dealing with Z. That's not really in Donald Trump's DNA. So I think we can expect him to try to convince a very skeptical American public. Like tomorrow is going to be probably his biggest audience he's going to have before the midterm elections, and his opportunity to try to reset some Americans' perceptions of how the job that he is doing in office. But this midterm is going to be a referendum on him, which is why those numbers are freaking out Republicans who are going to be on the ballot in November.
Yeah, I mean, independents are, I mean,
I've been on sildenafil for
Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit that like button. We almost at 40. We almost at 40.
not only the swing voters, but they are the sort of telltale sign.
Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you.
With regard to the next time there's a major election, and it's really, really bad for Republicans. The Latino vote, this is another stunning change for the president. This is 1 year ago. If you look up on the screen, 1 year ago, February of 2025, 41% with Latinos. Now it has literally plummeted to 22% approval rating among Latino voters.
Yeah, and that was really one of the big questions from the 2024 election, was whether the support that the president had gotten from Latino voters will hold. We started to see some cracks in that coalition, thinking back to the New Jersey governor's race, where Mikey Sherrill made up a lot of ground with the Latino voters who had shifted towards President Donald Trump. But there's frustration within the Latino community about those same issues troubling everyone, cost of living and the economy, but also the approach to immigration. And so it'll be interesting to see if there is any way for Trump to gain that type of ground back, but also what it means for other Republicans. I'm thinking about all those districts down in Texas where you have large Latino populations that they felt were shifting towards Republicans. That may not exactly be the case in the next midterm election.
And Emily, I know you're seeing some of this already play out in the special election in Georgia to replace Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was down there last week, and this is a group of people who are reliably conservative, who helped send Trump to the White House twice, but they're also independently minded. So they don't like being told what to do. They don't just listen to the president based on what he says now that he is in the government, which this group of people is very skeptical of. And so you see one of the main issues that is resonating with those folks is still immigration. And so the White House feels pressure, I think, responsive to that base, responsive to others like them to keep hammering that issue home, but then it is alienating some of these other voters who you talked about. So
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hit that like button. Thank you, guys. Shout out to everybody. Let me know where you are in the chat. Let me know where you're from. What's up, Def?
I mean, he's struggling with Latinos, black voters, where he made gains with the black voters, at least better than previous cycle. He is really struggling with black voters, younger voters. It's just across the board, which is what's so stunning about those numbers.
He's plummeted among young voters pretty much the same amount that he did with Latino voters. And then just looking at the issues that people want the president to talk about in his address tomorrow night. I mean, nothing even comes close to the economy and cost of living. It's really stark to look at that at the top of the screen, and foreign policy, where he has been spending a lot of his time. It barely even registers there, Kristen.
yeah, I mean, I think this is actually the first time
Reporting live from Indianapolis. That's what's up, man. Shout out to Indiana, man. I'm headed to Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm headed back to Lincoln, Nebraska tonight.
His greatest weaknesses, right? One of the things that we heard heard from President Trump on the campaign trail was this idea that he was able to really fixate on a topic.
378 miles.
Why it is that he cared so much about it and why he thought he could do a better job. This is also his detriment because when he goes up there now, he doesn't want to talk about the economy. He doesn't want to talk about cost of living. He knows how people feel. He wants to talk about other things that he's doing, like the positives he feels he's doing when it comes to immigration. That's not what people want to hear. So the more they hear about that, the angrier or more frustrated they get that they're not hearing about what he's doing on the economy. He himself wants to focus on anything but where he knows people are having issues with his performance.
I just want to quickly listen to some of the comments from people who responded to this poll. Republican from Pennsylvania, Republican from Ohio, and then a Democrat from Connecticut.
The cost of living, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, it has come down a little bit, but I don't think it's come down enough. I'm retired. My wife is retired. We're on a fixed income.
I would like to see President Trump talk about the economy and cost of living because it is so difficult at this time to provide.
As a retired public school teacher who worked my entire life, I'm struggling in ways I never expected at 75 years old. Everything has become so expensive.
And that is what the president is up against in his big speech tomorrow night.
People who forget
What do y'all
they
think?
read before they even finish the page.
What do y'all, hold on real quick, hold on.
It's not ADHD. It's
What do y'all think, what do y'all think Donald Trump will focus on tomorrow in his State of the Union address? Do y'all think he's just gonna sit there and repeat the same talking points over and over, the same catchphrases, the entire State of the Union address? Oh, we've secured the border. You know, we have the greatest border. We have 100% secured border. You know, we have the don't believe the polls. The elections were rigged, but it was too big to rig. This last election, it was too big to rig. What do y'all think he's going to talk about? Is he going to talk about anything new? Is he going to talk about any of the concerns that the average American people are having in their everyday life? Is he going to talk about that? Or will he sit up and talk about the same shit over and over and over? Feeding the American people the same bullshit every time he open his mouth on the mic. Because people are not stupid. That's why so many Republicans are turning against Donald Trump. So many Republicans are turning against Donald Trump because they're not stupid, bro. They're not dumb. They see that every time he get on the mic, he got to say some slick shit about Joe Biden. He got to say the last administration did this. I've secured the borders. Immigration is booming. We're getting the people out the country. But he rarely speaks about affordability. He rarely speaks about what average American people are going through on a daily basis. Rarely. So these people are not dumb, man. That's why y'all see so many Republicans speaking out. You go on Twitter, you got Republicans against Trump. Republicans against Trump. It's happening. Y'all don't want to believe these approval ratings, but I'm sitting here doing polls every day on my channel. I get 5,000, 6,000 views, 7,000 views, 22,000 views, 26,000 views, 28,000 views. I'm getting views on my channel every day. And I'm doing these polls, and the overwhelming majority of the American people are disapproving of this president every single day. Every day they are disapproving of the president. Every day it's happening. It's real. And if you think it's not going to affect the midterms, you are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. Because I'm gonna tell you like this: they don't want to put these people in these positions that's just gonna pander to the president if they don't approve of the president policy. They don't approve of his rhetoric. They don't approve of him in general. They're not gonna want to put these people in position who just gonna do exactly what the president want them to do. They're not gonna do it. So if you think you think these polls are bullshit, okay, all right. Just wait till the midterms come around. Just wait till the midterms come around. We're gonna see We're going to see exactly if these polls are bull crap. We're going to see. Why y'all think this SAVE Act? Why y'all think he's pushing this Save America Act so bad? He's pushing it. He's pushing it hard. Like Americans don't already got to show proof of ID when they go register to vote. What? You know what I'm saying? Facts. Saving or fixing nothing unless we the people fix it. Facts. Until we as people come together, it'll mean facts. I agree. I agree, Def. I agree. I agree. All right, let's get into the next video right here, man. Hit that like button, man. We got people coming in, voting on the poll, man. We got 835 votes on my poll right now as of this live. We got 835 votes. Y'all see the percentages, man. This shit ain't made up. People come in here all day. They come in here, they leave, they come back, they come in again, they leave, and they go. Many people are voting. Many people are voting. All right. Let's get into the next video right here, guys. Thank you for being here.
Now to claim the legendary Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is about to change your
All these damn
I'm
ads.
ordering my lenses from 1-800 Contacts, and honestly, I didn't realize the single biggest story, the biggest development in American politics since Donald Trump first descended that golden escalator at Trump Tower more than a decade ago. Donald Trump is right now, as we come on the air, at his lowest point in terms of popularity in his political life. And now more than ever, there is both a permission structure and a growing imperative to speak out against Donald Trump and his administration. A brand new poll from CNN shows Donald Trump's approval rating at just 36%. Among independents, Donald Trump's approval rating is 26%. Just 32% of all Americans think Donald Trump has the right priorities. 68%, almost 70% of all Americans say that Donald Trump is not paying attention to the most important problems they face in their lives. At this very moment, Donald Trump appears intent on proving those 68% of us right. Trump is doubling down on one of his least popular issues, the tariff regime. In the wake of the Supreme Court giving him a political get-out-of-jail-free card by striking down his tariff regime as illegal and unconstitutional, Donald Trump, snatching defeat from political victory, has announced he's going to impose a 15% global tariff. He says he's allowed to keep that in place for 150 days. In a post on Truth Social this morning, Trump threatened to use tariffs, quote, in a much more powerful and obnoxious way with legal certainty, end quote. If there's one thing Americans have said they hate, it is Donald Trump's tariffs. Americans have been consistent about that in poll after poll after poll. And those Americans include people who voted for him. The latest, a survey in the Washington Post, Ipsos, and ABC News that finds just 34% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of tariffs, 64% disapprove, identical to what it was back in April. And doing nothing to help the image of an administration that is deeply out of touch, pictures emerged over the weekend of Donald Trump's hand-picked FBI director, Kash Patel, chugging beer and screaming and wearing a gold medal after the glorious U.S. men's hockey team.
Man, I hate when y'all, I hate when y'all come in here with those fucking vague ass opinions, bro. Oh, there's states out there that don't require. Bro, I've lived in like 8 different states. I was in the military for 8 years. I've lived in like 8 different states, bro, and I had to show ID every time to register to vote, bro. For local elections, all of that. The federal elections, like I had to show that shit. What are y'all talking about? I talked to my grandmother the other day. I talked to her the other day, and she was like, I don't know what these folks talking about, bro. Like she literally had to show ID to vote in the state of, I mean, it's a red state, but in the state of Alabama, she had to show ID all her life, and in Tennessee. Y'all just be saying shit. You don't even live in all these states. You just talking about, oh, and so, what state are you talking about? Do your research. What state are you talking about? You ain't even giving us the states. You ain't got to show ID to vote, but you got to show ID to register to vote. You got to show that you a citizen. to register to vote. What are you talking about, bro? Y'all just be believing that bullshit. Bro, it is a rarity. It's a very small, a rare case of immigrants who voted in the federal election. Very small case. Very small case. And that's been said by multiple outlets. Multiple outlets. Y'all get on my nerves with that shit, bro. Y'all act like these people just coming in our country just taking over. These people ain't taking over. I'm out here in real life. They are not taking over our polls. They are not. They're not. It's the American people. It's the American citizens who are voting in these elections. That's what it is. The fuck y'all talking about? Get back to the video. Y'all just want to make up shit. That's why his approval rating is plummeting because everybody done with the bullshit. The same catchphrases, the same talking points every day. He ain't talking about what real Americans are going through. They tired of that shit.
Was there on the taxpayers' dime, while the FBI faces multiple crises here at home. In the midst of all of this, Donald Trump is claiming that if you look closely, support for him still exists. It's just, quote, silent.
Tom Holman, Kristi Noem, our people have been incredible. The job they've done. And they take nothing but abuse, but, they're sort of pretty hardened to that, I think, because they know they're doing the right thing. It just amazes me that there's not more support out there. It's just, we actually have a silent support.
He said they got a silent support.
Kristi Noem of self-described, I had to shoot my puppy fame. Silent support, okay. On Earth 1, in reality, and increasingly on Earth 2, too, solid majorities of Americans oppose Trump and his entire...
Bro, the overwhelming majority of Americans, the real American citizens, are not okay with illegal immigration. They're not okay with illegal immigration. They're not okay with illegal immigrants committing crimes on both sides. They're not okay with that, right? But when some of these people are here on visas and they're working and they're seeking asylums, right? And they're trying to do it the right way. They're going to their court cases and they got these people that are forcing them out and they're not the criminals. You got people that are here working, they're on their visa, they're trying to get their citizenship, seeking asylum. Like, no, I'm not against those people. Fuck no, I'm not against those people. I'll never be against those people. And fuck you if you are. Fuck you if you are. Get the fuck off my channel. But the motherfuckers that's here committing crimes, get those motherfuckers out. I'm with that. I'm with that. But if you got people here that have visas, right? And they're seeking asylums and they're going through the court system and they're trying to do it the right way, leave those fucking people alone, bro. And let them do it the right fucking way. Leave them alone. They working. They contributing to the society. They contributing to society. They paying taxes. When they go to the store, they buying shit. They putting money in the economy. The fuck we talking about? Some of y'all just hate other people. That's all it is, bro. Some of y'all just hate human. Y'all just some hateful ass human beings, bro. That's what some of y'all are. You just hateful as fuck. Real talk. That's what some of y'all are, bro. Like I said, I'm going to repeat that again. The criminals The criminals, they gotta go. I'm with that. But the people that are here on their visas, they're seeking asylums, they're working, they're peaceful, they have family here. Leave those fucking people alone. I said what I said. Fuck out of here if you don't like it. But you better fucking respect it. Let's turn up. Shout out to Pro. What's up, Pro? Shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button, man. Drop a GIF in the chat. Here we go.
Entire agenda. Those Americans are feeling braver and braver about being louder and louder. Signs of resistance to Donald Trump are
If I'm ignorant, get your dumb ass off my channel. If I'm ignorant, take your dumb ass on.
shift. With all eyes on Team USA, the Olympics, athlete after athlete after athlete had the courage to make themselves heard. Here's skier Chris Lillis.
I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States when, I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests and things like that. I think that as a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights and making sure that we're treating our citizens as well as anybody with love and respect. And I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
In an interview released last week, Olympic gold medalist Alyssa Liu opened up about her feelings about the Trump administration.
I think it is really important also to, notice like the faults in our own government. Very, very similar to my dad. Things are a little rough in our country.
A little rough in our country. Tennis star.
If you don't support Donald Trump, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't support Donald Trump, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't support Donald Trump, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't support him, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't support Donald Trump. If you don't support him, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't support Donald Trump, put a 1 in the chat. Let me see where y'all at. Let me see where y'all at. If you don't support him, put a 1 in the chat. Who all up in here? Huh? If you don't support him, put a 1 in the chat. Where you at? Where you at? Put it in there. If you do not support Donald Trump, put a 1 in the chat. Huh? Where they at? Yeah, that's the problem. Somebody's talking about King Trump. That's what y'all want. Y'all seek a king. Y'all the same people that the Bible was talking about. You ignorant people, you seek a king. That's what you want. That's why God gave y'all King David. That's why he gave y'all King Saul. Because y'all was so desperate. Y'all was so desperate for a king because you can't think for your fucking self. You can't think for your fucking self, so you need a fucking king. That's crazy. King Trump. You some dumbass motherfuckers, man. You Republicans are stupid as fuck, man. Y'all are stupid as fuck. Y'all going in the total. Y'all supposed to be some of the most Christian people. But y'all be going in the total opposite direction of what the Bible says to go in. Y'all some hypocrites. You Republicans are the biggest hypocrites on earth, bro. And y'all some fake Christians too, by the way. A lot of y'all are fake Christians. Y'all are not real Christians. Y'all don't follow Jesus the Christ at all. Y'all do not follow. A lot of you Republicans are fake white national Christians. You do not follow Jesus the Christ at all. And you prove your ignorance in Bible and Bible scholarship every day. Every day. Every day. A lot of y'all are you just repeat, you just parakeets. That's all. You just parakeets. You just repeat talking points. You repeat everything Donald Trump say. And you don't think for yourself. That's why a lot of y'all say Trump 2028. You don't even know your damn Constitution. You sit up here and say Trump 2028. A lot of y'all Republicans, you think that this is Donald Trump first term. You're like, oh, this is his first term. A lot of you motherfuckers is stupid. And you come in here and call me ignorant. Oh my gosh. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, though. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Don't worry about mine. Don't worry about mine. Work out your own salvation. But I know a lot of y'all hypocrites, though. A lot of you Republicans are hypocrites, hypocrites, hypocrites. Real talk. And when you get on it, it's gonna be so crazy when you make it to that day. When you make it to that day, a lot of you Republicans, you gonna make it to that day. He gonna say, what he gonna say, chat? He gonna say, I never knew you. I never knew you. You was fake. You was fake. You was fake. Let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video for the fake Republicans, the fake white national Christians.
At a tournament in Dubai, this quote, I don't think people should be dying in the streets just for existing. It is tough to wake up and see something because I do care a lot about our country. I think people think I don't for some reason, but I do. I'm very proud to be American. You don't have to represent the entire values of what's going on in the leadership. I think there are a lot of people around that I believe in the things I believe in diversity and equality. Here at home, there is a vibrant and growing protest movement in Minneapolis. For stars, singer Brandy Carlisle invited a group of activists.
All right, she getting boring. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. She getting boring. She getting boring. She getting boring. They was talking about his approval rating, and then she got boring. So I just want to go ahead and move on to the next video. No disrespect to the lady. I'm sorry, lady, but you got boring there for a minute. You got boring. Real talk. You got boring. You got boring. I ain't gonna lie to you.
There's a secret that every viral, far-reaching speaker knows.
Matter of fact, we're gonna go over the poll right here, y'all. Wow.
Ever talks about. This is like
y'all. Right now, we have literally 1,300. No, 1,000. Let me make sure I get it right. 1,039 votes on Dom's current poll. 1,040 votes. 1,040 votes. 58% disapprove of Donald Trump. 58% disapprove of Donald Trump. I do these polls every day, like I told you guys. I do my own polls every day. Since y'all don't want to believe the national polls, so I do my own polls every day. And every single day, the overwhelming majority disapprove of Donald J. Trump. Every day. Every day. Am I lying, Connor? Connor, am I lying? Connor, you know I'm telling the truth, Connor. You know I'm telling the truth, bro. You know I'm telling the truth, Connor. Connor, you ain't did nothing, man. What are you talking about? You ain't did nothing.
Donald Trump is in obvious cognitive and physical decline, but sometimes we see it a little bit more than others. And this is an example tonight. Donald Trump taking those tiny little fingers of his to Truth Social, and because of one man, the man it seems, who gets under his skin more than anyone else, and that is Gavin Newsom, who has spent the past 2 weeks, or really entire presidency of Donald Trump's, ripping into him and leading Donald Trump to collapse in an angry and dementia-addled post tonight on Truth Social that we are going to get into. But it starts with what Governor Newsom had to say in 2 videos, talking not just about how Donald Trump's tariff failure represents his weakness and how he tries to impose himself as this insecure little bully, but also just what a jackass he is. And of course, Governor Newsom's own words. I want to start with those 2 clips before we get to Trump's collapse of a posting meltdown, showing his cognitive decline that the internet is just stunned by.
There will not be a fair and free election in the United States of America as we know it unless we win back the House of Representatives this November. He's not screwing around. In Fulton County yesterday, I met with the commissioners there. He's not screwing around. He's trying to nationalize election one day, 2 days later says, oh, it's just in 15 blue states. This SAVE Act and what he's trying to do, very familiar here in South Carolina.
Yes. Yes.
It's not just about ID, it's about registration and who should vote, who can vote.
Come on, talk about it.
This is happening on our watch in real time in the United States of America 2026. For things to change, we need to change. So my approach changed. That switch came off. It was a bright light, not darkness. It was daylight. Do something different. Call this out. Fight fire with fire. And you know what happens? It's always the case. Also use humor. You know what all fascists and dictators have in common? They don't like being mocked.
No.
And part of it is this mystique. They want us to respond outraged because it suggests they're more powerful than they actually are. Donald Trump is weakness masquerading as strength.
Yes.
He's in retreat right now. He's in retreat because of all of you, because the steel spine of the folks in Minnesota, because those of you that have showed up here and all across the country at the No Kings rally, you guys are stepping up and stepping in. You're the freedom fighters. You're the patriots in this country. You're the ones standing up for freedom and free speech. You're the ones that are embracing the flag, not Donald Trump. He's trying to wreck this country. And it's one of the great grifts we've ever seen in human history. And let's call that out. Breaking things is not strength. Tearing things down, that's not strength. That Rayburn building, I don't know if anyone, Sam Rayburn had a great quote. He said, any, forgive the language, jackass can tear down a barn, but it takes a skilled carpenter to build one. Tearing things down is not strength. Trump is not a builder. He's a jackass.
I think Governor Newsom has given a pretty great read of Donald Trump when it comes to his cognitive decline and certainly when it comes to his internal insecurities. Donald Trump is a person who is deeply, deeply insecure, much like everyone in his administration. Do you think Kash Patel would need to fly around on his private jets and party with Team USA if he wasn't insecure? Would Pete Hegseth have to cover himself in makeup and do his fake rah weightlifting? By the way, Pete Hegseth is pretending that he put up 315 on the bench. He did not. Those were fake weights. I just had to say that. But Donald Trump, an insecure man himself, because mommy and daddy never gave him enough hugs, has filled his administration with insecure people. So not only are tariffs a tool for Donald Trump to carry out maximum corruption, but also for him to blow himself up and act tough and pretend he's a real man, when in fact the bluster is just all bullshit. And Gavin is exactly right that he has used this as a tool to try to extract as much as possible, but also inflict as much as possible and take out his insecurities on working Americans who have been illegally, because of Donald Trump's illegal tax, paying more for their groceries, paying more for any given commodity. And Donald Trump does it. Again, he wants to make his own money, but because he wants to feel tough and that people are afraid of him. But they are not. They see him for what he is. You got makeup globbed on your hands. You got cankles that Carolyn Leavitt tries to cover up. You can't read a speech. You're in cognitive decline. It's obvious. And so Donald Trump, very upset with his biggest political foe, it seems, and maybe clearly thinking about wanting to run again, took to Truth Social to show us just how bad his dementia is. Trump wrote on Truth Social, wow, Gavin Newsom just dropped out of the presidential race. President DJT. Hey, you sundowning moron. It's 2026. There is no presidential race. Gavin Newsom hasn't announced, neither has any other candidate. You're not allowed to run, by the way, dumb little Donnie. Let's make that very clear. And nobody wants you to, no matter how much you talk about fake polls. I don't even know what Donald Trump could possibly be referring to. Of course, Gavin Newsom right now is on a book tour that we see from a lot of presidential ramping up candidates. I don't think it's a big secret that, Governor Newsom will likely be running for president. We actually have some big news to break on that front, on the book tour front. Not the presidential front coming soon. I don't know if you live in the state of New Hampshire, you might be a little bit more affected and interested by this news, but we're going to leave that for a different day. But yes, Gavin Newsom is kind of letting people know that we're ramping up the presidential run. He's not said it exact, but we know what it is. Gavin's running for president. I think Gavin's currently leading as the front runner. Of course, a lot could happen. There's lots of candidates. We don't need to get into 2028 talk. I think right now we should focus on the midterms and beating the shit out of the fascists. But what is Donald Trump even talking about? He is clearly collapsing internally. He sees his polls are dog shit. He sees Gavin Newsom beating up on him very publicly in a very humiliating way. He doesn't like that Gavin has energy, that he is able to speak in coherent sentences, and he doesn't like that about anyone else. He doesn't like when John Ossoff does it. He doesn't like when Zohran Mamdani does it. He doesn't like when he sees certainly any woman or woman of color doing it. That really upsets Donald Trump, and it is because he is so deeply insecure, not just about himself. We know that to be true, but because Donald Trump recognizes where this is all going. Donald Trump has talked extensively lately about reckoning with his own mortality. He knows that the end is coming. Why else would he be literally trying to carve his name in stone on the Kennedy Center or the ballroom or a dumb arch that nobody wants in a new street in D.C.? It is because Donald Trump understands that his legacy is already set in stone, and that there is nothing he can do, nothing he can build, nothing he can erect, or no airport or Grand Central Station that he can change the name of that will make him be remembered as anything other than the worst president in American history. And so he looks at Gavin Newsom and his political prospects, someone with a fresh future, and wishes maybe he had some of that. Donald Trump right now, and has admittedly said so, believes the presidency is keeping him alive, which is all the much more of a reason to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my God! He did not just say that. He did not just say that.
He had some of that. Donald Trump right now, and has admittedly said so, believes the presidency is keeping him alive, which is all the much more of a reason to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Oh my God! That's so fucked up.
On to power because he thinks power is the only thing keeping him alive. Donald Trump has talked extensively about what it was like when his father, Fred Trump, retired because of his dementia and how quickly it consumes him. And I think that consumes Donald Trump, knowing that he has set down the same path, that he is in cognitive and physical decline, and that we see it. And there is no amount of bluster and bullshit and bloviating, as I should say, now I'm speaking like Donald Trump, that can change the outcome of what his legacy. Fake peace prizes, no trophies for big, quite frankly, beautiful coal. And we don't love coal because it's not great, actually. Can change the reality that Donald Trump is facing down. And that scares Donald Trump. So he is going to collapse on Truth Social with those tiny, tiny little fingers of his. He's going to attack Gavin Newsom. He's going to freak out because he wishes it was him. He wishes he could run for president again. He wishes he was younger, although that younger version of him was in his early 70s. Not that there's anything wrong with being in your early 70s, but there's something wrong with being in your early 70s and being Donald Trump. I think we can agree upon that. And so right now, it is driving him crazy. He knows his legacy is set. He knows we hate him. He knows that there is nothing that can be done. He will lose these midterms. Democrats will spend the next, it's almost 3 years now, but 2 years, investigating him, ripping him to shreds, putting him through more legal accountability that he deserves along with everyone in his administration, and that will be it. That is what Donald Trump has to look forward to, and all of us hating him. And eventually, the Joe Rogans of the world who loudly endorsed him just a year ago will say that they didn't really mean it, or they regret it. And all the MAGA supporters will slowly abandon him, and Donald Trump's legacy will be nothing, as he hopefully one day faces real accountability. That is what he has to look forward to. And that, my friends, if you need some joy tonight, scares the shit out of dementia-addled Donnie. So if you need something to look forward to, it is that. And if you need a little bit of excitement that really upsets Donald Trump,
Fresh lemonade!
Sorry, kid. I don't
Fresh
get paid for
lemonade!
This is Bridget. And get
Yo.
$250 instantly.
just listen to this clip.
When he said, yo, I almost lost my shit, bro. When he said, Donald Trump said that the only thing keeping him alive is the presidency, and then Buddy was like, that give us even more of a reason to go ahead and invoke the 25th Amendment, I almost lost my shit, bro. I almost lost my shit. Y'all know he basically said, "Oh, buddy, need to go ahead and go on out. Just go ahead and go on out, bro." That's messed up, though. That's messed up, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's messed up. Connor, it's all good, Connor. Hey, Connor, people, this is a hot topic, Connor. People are gonna come in here, man. They're gonna disagree. They're gonna say rude things, and we all just gotta have tough skin, bro. You feel me? Like we can't take what everybody's saying to heart, bruh. Like people gonna come in here, they're gonna cuss me out, they're gonna call me ignorant, they're gonna say things, bro. But that's just the nature of this country, man. We live in a hateful country, bro. Real talk. Instead of people just respecting each other's opinion, that's out the window now, Connor. This is what we gotta look forward to now. You feel me? Like people can come in my live and say Trump 2028, Trump, Trump all day, every day. Like, bro, I don't mind. I don't care. Like, it's all good. I love them regardless, bro. I love all people. I don't hate nobody, bro. I really don't. I don't care who you believe, who you want to vote for. If it don't matter to me. It's all good. I ain't got no problem with none of y'all. If you MAGA, be MAGA. If you a Democrat, be a Democrat. It's all good, bro. We still should be able to respect each other and not call each other names, and or if they call me names, like, bro, it's like water off a duck's back to me. I don't care, bro. Like, it don't hurt me. And I know a lot of my moderators, a lot of my day ones, y'all don't like when people talk shit to me because it's all new to y'all. Because my channel is growing, the channel is starting to grow, and it's kind of new to y'all to see a lot of people coming in here talking shit. But y'all got to understand that's what comes with the program. That's what comes with this. And I understand that. As the owner of this channel, I understand what comes with it. And so I need my moderators to understand what comes with it. That's just real talk. That's just real talk. You feel me? We're not gonna block everybody. We're not gonna shut everybody down. You feel me? It's just not gonna happen. People are gonna say what they're gonna say, man. You feel me? People like Buddy right there said, deport yourself. You feel me? Like people come in here and say all type of crazy shit, man. Put some love on the live, man. Put some love on the live. Real talk. Let's get back into the videos though. You already know, Def, straight facts. You already know. Real talk.
Donnie Day faces real accountability. That is what he has to look forward to. And that, my friends, if you need some joy tonight, scares the shit out of dementia-addled Donnie. So if you need something to look forward to, it is that. And if you need a little bit of excitement that really upsets Donald Trump, just listen to this clip of Governor Newsom. Thanks.
The Supreme Court struck down most of President Trump's tariffs this week. He's already using different authorities to impose a 15% global tariff, vowing to forge ahead even without Congress. What do you do?
Well, what does anyone do? You're gonna move your factory from overseas and onshore with 150-day certainty on a 15% tax or tariff? I mean, the whole thing is a farce. I talk about petulance. It was 10% 2 days ago, maybe 20% tomorrow. I mean, this is madness. He's flailing. He's a punch-drunk boxer. He's just trying to hit anything, a shadow. And he's a shadow of himself. He's lost a step or two. Under the IEEPA, we were the first state to sue. I was out there in the Central Valley talking about how this is going to impact ranchers and small businesses and farmers, the ag community, my state larger than any other state in the country. And Justice Roberts, by the way, basically our arguments were literally laid out in detail in his response. So it was always an illegal act. He needs to return that money. He needs to refund that money with interest. He can do that in a nanosecond. They can do that electronically. They can do electronically. They have the tariff codes. They have the ability. They do refunds all the time. They have the ability to do that. The problem is for families, it's been about $1,701 a year. That's a different requirement that I think he has to pay the American people back. I saw Bessent out there almost gleeful. He was gleeful that no, we won't be doing it. This is Dumb and Dumber, Trump and Bessent. They've wrecked this economy. 1.4% GDP growth in the last quarter. Inflation back up to 3%. The worst jobs market we've seen since 2013. 2.2% GDP for the entire year. He inherited 2.8. It's a wrecking ball presidency. He's wrecking this economy. His entire economic paradigm is mass deportations, tax cuts for billionaires, and tariffs. And he's been exposed. He's a fraud. And by the way, the tariff, this is a self-dealing operation. This is about his personal portfolio. You know exactly what he did in Vietnam with the tariffs. He used them to get a deal on his golf course to fast track his development. Connect the dot. This is unprecedented grift happening in real time. That's reflected in what just happened with the tariff decision in the Supreme Court. It was a profound moment for this administration.
I do want.
That is a guy who really upsets and scares Donald Trump. And I know there will be lots of people, and I have these criticisms as well, who would love for Governor Newsom to push back more on ICE. I've said this on the show, to push back more on billionaires and ensuring that California is leading the nation on fighting for a wealth tax. I agree. And we have time to ask those questions. And that is the last tease I'm going to do of some big news that's coming out as it relates to this show and Gavin Newsom that we will get into later. But if you want to be the first to it, you can hit that notification bell, but you can also hit that subscribe button, leave a like on this video. If you stuck around to the end, drop a blue heart in the comments. Keep on fighting, y'all. Don't let them silence you. And until next time, I'll see you soon.
All right, that's the end of that video. Let's move on, man. Let's move on, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat tonight, man. Hit that like button. Thank you guys for being here, man. The polls right now, the overwhelming majority of the polls are disapproving of Donald J. Trump and the job that he's doing on the economy, immigration. The overwhelming majority disapprove of Donald Trump. And right now, I wanted to see if that's actually true. I wanted to do my own poll. I've been doing my own poll for the last week, 2 weeks. I've been doing polls, maybe like 3 weeks now, I believe. And every day, everybody that come into my live overwhelmingly disapprove of Donald J. Trump. So right now we got 1,259 votes. 58% says no. 42% says yes. And that's how it looks every single day. Every single day. All righty. Now, we talk about the economy, right? We talk about the economy, the job market, right? Underneath Donald Trump, how do you guys think the job market is doing? Are you college students out there? Some of you college students, you just graduated. Are you able to secure a good job? Or are you having a hard time finding a job coming out of college? 1 year out of college, 2 years out of college, right? You just graduated from college and you've been trying to find a job since January 2025. How is that looking for you? Well, we have a guy right here who said that he cannot find a job. Him or his friends can't find a job in this market at all, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to find a job right now. You let me know how's it going for you guys right now. Let me know how it's going for you guys. Let's get into the next video. Here we go, right here.
Job searching in 2026 has effectively become a humiliation ritual. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jed. I'm currently a senior in college on my last semester before I graduate, so I'm in the prime pool of people that would be looking for a job. All of my peers, people that I grew up with, are also in the same boat as me, and we have talked extensively about this idea. Did you know that the average person nowadays has to send 1,200, you didn't mishear me, 1,200 job applications before they land a job? The average 40 years ago was 3. The economy is going to shit, and we all intuitively feel this, and it's been going this way for quite some time. The funniest part about it, right, is that
you send in these resumes nowadays, and humans don't even look over the resumes. Instead, it's some sort of AI that's looking for keywords, right? And so to combat this, what people do is they use AI to create their own resume because they want, for whatever specific industry they're going into, they want AI to make sure that the correct trigger words are on there. So in other words, if you can't seduce an AI, then you're not getting a job, right? And so now we have AI talking to other AI. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to late stage capitalism. I mean, it's just ridiculous, is it not? It's comical. I would love to laugh about it, but I'm in the shit right now, right? Like, it's so ridiculous. And every part of the process is completely in favor of these corporations, because some of them will try to detect if you used AI on your resume, and then they'll say, well, listen, we used AI to look over your resume, but the fact that you used AI on your resume, that's a no-no. And so you're no longer an applicant anymore. Let's talk about ghost jobs for a second here, too. I'm just going to be all over the place in this video, but just bear with me here. There are literally fake jobs that companies will put out there so that they seem more desirable and like they're hiring. And it's so disrespectful. And to do that from the position of power, like the corporations have the power, is beyond me. It's so ridiculous. One of my good friends, he's 2 years older than me. So he graduated last year. So it's been a little over a year on the job market, a year and a half. And this is legitimately the individual with the most agency out of anyone that I know. So like, he's very proactive. He constantly like takes control of his own life, right? And he has KPIs that he does every day. So he has to submit a minimum of 4 applications every single day. He's never missed a day, and he like does, among many other things that he does. But you know, smart guy. He's nothing over the top. He's nothing like he's no crazy good candidate, but he's bare minimum average, maybe a little bit above average, and then he works really hard. So shouldn't a guy like that, the average guy, be rewarded with, you know, a decent job? Is that too much to ask for? Yeah, apparently it is. And in about 4 to 5 years, I'm going to say, not even. I don't know if you guys have seen Claudebot. It's getting pretty scary, but AI will take over. And the only reason that AI hasn't already taken over is because they don't understand how to manage the liability of AI. So AI, like I just mentioned, Claudebot, it's just a virtual assistant. It can pretty much do anything for you. I'm considering actually buying it myself to try to help me with trying to make money online. But essentially, it can do the majority of basic jobs, and then like, let's see, it's advancing at a faster rate than ever before. So in 1 year from now, AI could potentially do 90% of desk jobs, like jobs that are done on a computer. And at that point, the only thing that's stopping the implementation of this is liability. How do these companies control, like, who do they blame? Because if a doctor has malpractice, then they're like, hey, like, you know, you're getting in trouble for that. Or like, if a member of a hedge fund is, you know, fucking up, like, they have like tracking abilities on this, and so that person could be punished. With AI, it's like, oh, this went wrong, like, who do we fire? Who do we hold accountable? There really isn't one. And for a lot of larger companies that are handling a lot more critical information, such as people's, like, you know, money, their financial, like how they're getting paid through their bank account, whatever, like, you're sitting at very high risk situations. And oh my gosh, don't even get me started on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is the fakest place on earth. Everybody, it actually seems like people are selling their soul on LinkedIn. Like, no bullshit. The posts from people that I grew up with, like friends of mine, I'm not trying to judge, but it's like, oh my gosh, everybody's a pussy. But at the same time, I don't even blame them. I do not blame them, because they need a job, but it seems like they're selling their soul just to get a job that they don't even want, and that will be taken over in 4 to 5 years' time. It is a joke. It's a joke. For those who don't know me, and maybe you just clicked on this video because you saw the title and you related,
I do social media. I just started in October of this past year, so it's been like 6 months, right? Or like 5 months, okay?
196,000, 149,000, 135,000, 109,000. None of
I now have a greater asset in my social media following. I have like around 300K on Instagram and like 550K on TikTok. I have a greater asset in my social media following. By the way, I seriously don't mean that. I'm not saying that to brag or be cocky. I'm just saying that for example here. It's a greater asset to me than my degree will be when I graduate at the end of the semester. It legitimately is, which is why I just told you guys I'm trying to do Cloudbot, because I want to tell it that I want it to show me how I can make money online, because right now I'm making no money at all besides like what I get paid for views. And anybody that knows like TikTok, it is like terrible. I've gotten like over 300 million views on TikTok, and I haven't even been paid like $1,000 or something. 300 million views, guys. It might actually be more than that. Actually, it could potentially be a lot more than that. But like it's just so bad. Instagram, I get paid no money from. Like you don't get paid for views at all. At least maybe you could, but I don't. I'm getting too sidetracked right now. What I want to say is that it almost seems like you could be working your butt off in college, or maybe you already have a job, but it's entry level and you're trying to work your way up. But it's, what are we doing it for? Because we're just going to get replaced by AI and these companies, these corporations. I don't need to convince you. You guys know they don't care about you. They don't. This is all you are to them. You're an asset. You make them money. The average employee makes a company 4 times what their salary is. That is a fact. So it's a humiliation ritual, guys. For the first time ever, the average age of a new hire is 43 years old. That's the highest it's ever been in American history, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Do you know how like messed up that is? Shouldn't it be your like college students? People aren't going to be able to retire. And with inflation, you work really hard right now. You get paid, let's say you get paid $30 an hour. Well, $30 an hour in 20 years from now, it's going to be worth the equivalent of maybe $10 an hour. And then in another 20 to 30 years, when you would retire, it's going to be worth like a few dollars. So when they promote you, it's not even them promoting you. It's just saying, well, so inflation increased by like 7%, and your promotion is going to give you an extra 2-3%. So you're going to be happy, right? No, you're actually like not even leveling out with the market, with the value of the dollar. It's such a joke. I'm saying this stuff out loud and I'm like, is this even real? Like, I can't believe this is real. It's ridiculous not to believe that AI can't take your job. I know a lot of people like hate AI and all this stuff. But you have to like live in the real world and try to plan accordingly to like what's going on. Like, this is game theory optimal, right? Like, you got to figure out the game and then like try to position yourself in the best spot. So Naval Ravikant, he says that the future it's all going to be about creation. So you need to create something. It doesn't need to be content creation like what I'm doing right now, but you have to create a business. You need to create a skill set that's going to be valuable for something, because AI is going to be able to automate most things. It's your best bet to plan accordingly. And I feel like it's a better use of my time to try to figure out how these AI systems work. And I'm not talking ChatGPT that's going to help me complete my homework, or for the people that are already working, write a email to one of your coworkers. I'm talking about like the actual beauty of AI, which is that it can write code. So as long as you can speak English, you can now create software. And whether that's an app or whether that's a website or whether that's just like a service in general, if you can create something good enough, then you can be your own boss. And there's talks in the air of what is referred to as universal base income. If you're unfamiliar, let's say that AI comes in and it takes all desk jobs. So now unemployment is 50%. Then Elon Musk is saying in 7 years' time, we'll have robots that can be mass produced that will take over most labor intensive jobs. So now we're looking at unemployment in the 90s, potentially more. I've heard experts say 98, 99%. If you can't find a way to get into the class of elites, which most people can't, me and you, let's be real, most likely won't. then you're just it's just going to be a two faction system like in the movies. You used to have the upper class, the middle class, the lower class, right? Or I like to call it the working class in the middle. Now you have the upper class, which owns like 30 to 40% of the wealth, and it's 0.01%. There is no middle class. The working class is just like the bottom, like 99%. Because let's say you're a lawyer. At this point, I'm just rambling about the economy and not even just the job market. But let's say you're a lawyer. You are still putting in 60 hours a week, which is the same as the Amazon single mom that works at Amazon for also 60 hours a week to just try to support. And so don't get me wrong, the lawyer's going to make a lot more money, but you have to look at things in terms of how much effort and time are you putting into this stuff.
Somebody said JD for president. That is hilarious, bro.
It's ridiculous. For those who don't know, the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks, they have words for it. One's like odium. Odium, that's what the word is. OTIMU, I think. Or IUM, whatever it is, okay? It basically means like leisure time, but not in like you're lazy way. It's more in like you're going to do fruitful things like connect with your community, read, write, philosophy, whatever it is, okay? So back in the day, you were rich the less that you worked. That was the signal. And so the Romans and the Greeks both believed very much that your life is not about, just like working. So I've made another video on my channel where I say only a slave quantifies its existence through productivity. We've created a hustle culture where people are just like willing to do anything. And it's like they're straight up just like being slaves to these corporations. The entire job application process is you kissing ass until you could get there. I made a video recently where I said my problem is the corporate world requires a certain level of ass kissing, a certain level of suck uppery that I simply wasn't born with. But it's true. What are we doing here? What are we doing nowadays? The problem too is that people, every single person that I went to high school with, that I know of, is not even like willing to put in the mental effort to like try to revolt against this system. Instead, they're just like succumbing to it, and they're like, I give up, like I don't care enough. And dude, it's tragic. What are we doing here? I hope if you stayed this long in the video, like you agree with me, you understand what I'm saying. The HR ladies, don't even get me started about these HR ladies. The most pretentious, freaking like fakest human beings ever. Dude, like half the freaking HR ladies, like I don't even mean this in a bad way. They're just like diversity hires. They're like, oh my gosh, we need to hire women. Let's just put them on HR because women are good with connecting and communicating. And then they become like the fakest human beings you have ever seen in your life. I'm not saying women are fake. I'm not like making that generalization. I'm just saying anybody who has any experience with HR knows that they are just, oh my gosh. Like, actually spare me, Susie. You have no idea what it's like to try to enter the job market at this time. Okay? Like, you are a clown. I genuinely don't take you seriously. Anyways, this video has been getting way too long-winded. Appreciate you guys for watching, and I hope you related.
Trump is one of the best compliments man we have ever seen.
Well, y'all hear what the college students are saying. The college students are saying they are struggling to find a job, man. They're having to put in 4 resumes a day. Their resumes are being weeded out by AI because they're not using the right trigger words. These college students are worried about the job market. They're worried about their futures. Should they even go to college? What is happening? And when we listen to the State of the Union tomorrow, we listen to the president give his speech tomorrow at the State of the Union. What will he talk about, chat? Will he talk about the concerns of the college students, the young people today, their concerns? Will he talk about the average American's concerns, housing prices, grocery prices, affordability? Will he talk about real things and give us some solutions on what he's trying to do? Give us some solutions on what he plans to do for everyday Americans? Or will he just focus on on illegal immigrants every day? Say the same thing, the same talking points. Oh, we got to get these illegals out. Oh, the border is secure. Oh, Joe Biden messed up this country. Oh, the terrorists, the terrorists. What will he talk about tomorrow, y'all? Will he just repeat the same catching phrases tomorrow? And just and just and just think that the American people were just supposed to fall for the rhetoric every single time he opened his fucking mouth? What will he say tomorrow, y'all? What will he say at the State of the Union address tomorrow? If you are looking forward to the state of if you're looking forward to the State of the Union address tomorrow, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not, put a 2 in the chat. If you're looking forward to it, put a 1. If you're not, put a 2. I want to know if you guys are excited about it tomorrow. I want to know. I want to know. 2, 1, 2, 1. I can't wait to laugh at them clowns. 1. What are y'all excited about? I want to know what are y'all really excited about? So we got like 5 ones in the chat. The people who put 1 in the chat, what are y'all like most excited about for the State of the Union address tomorrow? What are y'all most excited about? Somebody said 1 because it's gonna be funny. Oh, I'm live streaming it tomorrow. You best believe I'm live streaming that bad boy tomorrow. I will be live streaming the State of the Union address tomorrow. Make sure y'all show up, man. Y'all can go. I know it's easy to go to the White House YouTube channel or whatever, right? But y'all can come over here, man. Come to my channel tomorrow. I will be live streaming that bad baby. I swear I will. I'm live streaming it tomorrow. What time? When it start? I think it start at what? Let me see. Somebody find out exactly what time it starts tomorrow. Find out exactly what time it starts tomorrow. I think it start at 7, 6. I don't know if it's Eastern Standard Time or what. Somebody find out. But just make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man. I will be live streaming the State of the Union address tomorrow. 8 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock. Somebody said it starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow. 8 o'clock. Is that Eastern Standard Time or Central Standard Time? 8 o'clock Eastern. Okay. 6 p.m. Central. So now somebody's saying 6 p.m. Central. So find out exactly what it is. I got to find out exactly what time the State of the Union starts tomorrow. Because we got 9 Eastern. Somebody said 9 Eastern. But that's 8 Central Time. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. 9 Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Okay, so tomorrow we will be live streaming, y'all. We will be live streaming tomorrow for the State of the Union. All right? Everybody will be able to see the president. All right? It won't be a driving stream like this. I'll have it actually up. I'll have it up. Okay? I'll have it up live. You'll be able to see the president. And tomorrow we're gonna be live in the chat. Everybody gonna be going crazy talking about what he's saying. And that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. That's the plan for tomorrow. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Show your boy some love. And I know we got Trump supporters in here. We got Trump haters in here. But guess what, man? We all a community, man. We all Americans in here. Regardless on which side of the aisle you're on, we all are Americans in here. All right? So, yeah, we're going to do it like that for tomorrow. That's the plan. That's the plan for tomorrow. All right? So, we're going to get into another video. We're not done tonight. Absolutely. Yep, we're not done tonight. We're about to get into another video right here, right now, talking about the approval rates. we've already listened to a few videos on the approval rate, so we might go ahead and move on to another video right here. This is old funny Charleston White and what he think about the Republican and the Democrat. He think it's all a game. He think none of it means anything. They all just one side of the same, two sides of the same coin. So that's what Charleston White believe. He believe we need to. Charleston White said we just need the average Americans. We need to stay out of it because we don't understand what's going on. We really don't. He said it's just a waste of time. We need to stay out of it. It's all a game. If y'all think that the presidency, the Democrats, the Republicans, it's all a game, let me know how y'all feel about that. But Charleston White said it's all a game. Let's see what he got to say about this. Here we go.
Trump is one of the best confidence men we have ever seen in history. He had Trump steaks, Trump burgers, Trump everything. The government shut down. Everybody was in, not just you, Democrats and Republican politicians. Israel was in on it. China was in on it. You think these countries are against one another? The leaders are unified in one government. That's why all will meet at the G5 convention. What you see and what you hear is deception, propaganda, and trickery. It's not real. That's why each news station got a different narrative. That's why politicians use the same facts but talk different truths. They use the same facts but talk different truths. They don't speak the truth. They use facts. I'm not a factual realist. I'm a truth realist. In fact, let's talk truth. Because I can go collect some data and change the numbers.
What about the food stamps?
It's all trickery.
Senators, use this promo code to
Fuck
get
them ads, man. I need to get YouTube Premium, I guess.
And we'll spot you up to $200. Apply now.
It's all trickery. Okay, you got the president of the government saying we ain't getting y'all no food stamp. You got the lower level Supreme Court saying, President, we're gonna give you something. Week later, a higher Supreme Court ain't give nothing. I don't say y'all get it. They're distracting people. The American people are looked at as not being smart. We got one of the worst education systems in the world. Our politicians for at least 100 to 200 years campaign and rely on uninformed voters. That's why they wait to the last year or the last 2 years. Hey, we want to be president. They don't listen to ahead of time. They give you a short amount of time to know these people. And they come with talking points. That's why you can't ask them no direct questions. They pick who get to ask them. Everything is staged. When you see the president appointed, they've already been picked and selected. It's a script that's already been, it's a script written for what you're watching. You don't know the script. That's why you're watching it. So this is still wrong. The Coliseums, the football, you're distracted for a reason. That's why you like amusement parks. That's why you like entertainment. Entertainment no longer begin to entertain, so they created social media. Your mind is distracted 20 hours out the day. You don't have no time for you, God, or gold.
It's intentional.
Very intentional.
Now that Epstein emails came out, do you feel that Donald Trump will make it through his term? He said he knew about the girls.
Everybody knew about the girls. His name ain't the only one out. They just using this as a political talk. Why they didn't give it out now? They've been knowing this. They've been saying, hey, man, the president, name on it. So they've been knowing this, homie. They're distracting you. They don't care that his name on there. They don't care his name on there. How do we know his name on there? They haven't showed it. I don't think his name is on there. Bill Clinton name on there, why he see it? Chris Tucker name is on there. So homie, I don't watch it.
Obama might be on there.
I don't watch it. If you met a president, your name on there. You don't make it to where they make it at home being good. Even the Bible says people in power and evil exist in high places and high principalities. That's the things you think you know, but really don't know. You don't know the workings of a high principality like the government, when everything is secret and deep released when everybody dead. So you don't know nothing but what you're told. So I just answer questions. But I don't believe he's on the F down file. I don't believe they have evidence he's on.
We talked about knowledge, financial literacy. The Trump administration is working on a 15-year car loans and 50-year mortgages. That's modern day slavery.
Don't think about that. The people who's gonna buy it in 15 years want to live downtown. That's to get money now. They won't be in office in 15 years. The next president is gonna unturn it. Don't pay attention to Trump's administration. What the president does distracts the American people. He's the commander in chief. Why would you look at the president and not the city council? So if you're focused on what Trump did, you're already misinformed. What they say they're gonna do, they don't do. The next president come undo it. It's just a game for now. That's why they call it the political game. Stay out of it, people. Stick to what you know. Stick to what you know. Go to talking politics, that's what divides. You go to talking religion, that's what divides. Don't talk it if you ain't learned it. Most people ain't learned it. Most people ain't read the Bible. Most people don't know the three executive branches of government. Most people don't know what year you go vote in. They don't know when the legislative turn. They don't know nothing. How you gonna talk about the president when the president don't run nothing but the military? That's it. It's the only thing they run. He can't even come talk to him. He got a telephone. He got writers to write this political speech. So why would you pay attention to a script?
Said over 200,000 Americans have applied for ICE. New agents are getting up to $50,000 signing bonus, student loan forgiveness, as well as a salary for $90,000 a year. What are your thoughts?
I think every black man with a non-criminal record that's working in the warehouse, they can the physical test should go apply. You can't beat them. So join them. What happened to the mindsets of a spook who sat by the door? Why we all got to be gorillas beating on our chest, letting the enemy know we angry and we got a problem in the issue? No sub-boss ain't got a problem. No sub-boss. They knew how to gel and play cover. The left Master Plantation and went across town to go see his daughter. He heard that Master William got. When them slaves catch him with their dog, he got this fake pack. That's what's con, man. You got to be confident. The dog barking and they got their gun. Hey, where are you going? Your confidence and fear of death. That's where the con man come from. He was a confidence. He's a con man. Con. Everything we ever been, they create a name to us, even Uncle Tom. I got a management company called Uncle Tom Man.
A management company called Uncle Tom's Management. That's crazy.
Man, so study to show thyself approved. I've been a little boy studying. Last year, I've been a little boy studying. Yeah.
Boosie is supposed to be sentenced November 21st, but he believes that he's going to be pardoned by Trump. What are your thoughts?
I don't think so. Because he was like flies. He spoke against Trump. And Trump made it clear. Nobody was spoken against him. He's very vengeful. Yeah, so am I. Yeah, so I'm with nah, yeah, I like Trump. Yeah. If you do something to me like they kids, mistreat their kids too. Push the old women down. Like that's the mindset of our white government, nigga.
So you want him and Tootie locked up?
I don't want nobody locked up. But him too. Well, yeah, him too. I won't be in the same cell together. Yeah, boy.
He released an album with NBA YoungBoy. Boosie released on his birthday today. Releases today.
I'm not even you. He just doing it to make money. Everything about money. So he got an album coming with Webby. So that's he's storing up, nigga, for a rainy day. As every smart man. He's very smart. He's a very smart guy.
50 Cent was recently commenting on a photo that surfaced of Diddy in a yard, and the sentence got extended by a month. What are your thoughts on Diddy? Is he in Candyland in prison?
A billionaire in Candyland anywhere with criminal law. A billionaire is in Candyland anywhere with criminal law. And he a real gangster. Y'all think Puffy just freaking. Puffy got caught and got away with it. Why you think everybody knew he was what he was, but nobody spoke on him? Ain't nobody like want to do Puffy was a real gangster. He had all them niggas. 50 just hurt. Do my baby mama like how he did it? I be mad too. My boy over there heard his mama get done like that. So I said, I stand for it. So now 50 showing a trait that, most niggas don't show. And he won't admit it is bothering. But the only way you can do this, you got to be dust up to. Yeah, the kid go out, Yeah.
Yeah, I think Diddy dad was he was supposed to be a gangster, so I can understand that. What are your thoughts on 50 Cent?
No, hell of a business.
All right. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear about no rappers.
So I don't think nothing about it.
All right. I don't want to hear nothing about no rappers. I don't want to hear nothing about no rappers. All right. They already talked about what they talked about. All right. All right, guys. So we're gonna take a quick shift right now. You guys know what's going on in Mexico. So Fox News covered this story that's going on in Mexico. Is that all of the approval rating? I think that's all of the approval ratings. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get into what's going on in Mexico. Let me know down in the chat if you guys are aware of what's happening with the cartel and their the leader, one of the cartels uh, leader, El Mencho, has been taken out by the U.S. and Mexico um, government. It was a joint operation, and so we're gonna go ahead and get into this. What's going on in Mexico? Here we go. Here we go. And this is Fox News is covering this story. Fox News covering this story right here.
There's a secret that every viral, far-reaching speaker knows, but they never speak about it publicly. This is the
that Mexican officials relied upon.
He promised to stop the flow of fentanyl, secure the border.
Area around Puerto Vallarta is a virtual war zone, we're told, following the weekend death of one of the world's most ruthless drug kingpins. The Mexican government operation was supported by the U.S. Senior foreign policy correspondent Jillian Turner has details tonight from the State Department.
Apparently, a part of Mexico that folks thought was very safe has, turned the other way.
American tourists in Mexico are facing a second night under State Department shelter-in-place orders for Puerto Vallarta and surrounding areas. This after Mexican security forces took out the leader of the notorious Jalisco
Thank you, Sick. I appreciate that, Sick.
El Mencho.
It is up there with Sinaloa as being one of the deadliest cartels and one of the main producers of fentanyl that traffics onto U.S. streets.
El Mencho's henchmen responded by taking to the streets, killing dozens of people and setting the city ablaze. Stores, gas stations, roadways, all burned.
It was surreal because we're going to the airport and we're dodging burned out cars in the middle of the street.
Flights in and out of the area were grounded.
There's no coming in and out of the city unless you own a vehicle.
Mexico's president is urging calm.
The most important thing at this moment is to guarantee the peace and security of the entire population of all of Mexico.
Meanwhile, Mexican officials are disclosing new details on the operation.
Through military intelligence work, we located a trusted person of one of El Mencho's romantic partners who transported her to a facility in the town of Tapala, Jalisco. At that location, she met with El Mencho.
Mexican officials plan to arrest El Mencho there, but he opened fire and fled to nearby woods where he was later found.
El Mencho came out. They left behind a group with a large quantity of weapons. It really was a very violent attack.
He died from gunshot injuries. The White House says the U.S. played a vital role in the operation. Trump officials, quote, provided intelligence that Mexican officials relied upon.
He promised to stop the flow of fentanyl, secure the border, prosecute and go after the cartels. Part of this is working with our allies like Mexico.
Well, tonight, Aeromexico says the company hopes to resume air operations gradually, but the State Department says Americans in those areas should continue to follow official government guidance and hunker down. They should also call that phone number seen on your screen there. As of tonight, Brett, we do not know of any government evacuation flights planned for Americans there. Brett?
Chaos erupting in Mexico. American tourists at the resort town of Puerto Vallarta are under a shelter-in-place order after the Mexican military killed a cartel kingpin known as El Mencho. The takedown was part of a joint U.S.-Mexico operation, and now cartels are retaliating, wreaking havoc in towns across the country. President Trump has been pushing hard for a crackdown on these deadly narco terrorists. Jessica, the cartel kingpin El Mencho. So he's Jewish.
So related to Jack Hughes, and I saw him at Katz's.
Yes.
This is cool.
Yeah.
It's scary if you're just in the Guadalajara airport and this is happening if you're on vacation in Puerto Vallarta. But I love to see the cooperation between the U.S. and Mexico and President Sheinbaum. Apparently there was some discussion the U.S., another Jew, there you go, that the U.S. was just going to do this on their own. And she said, let us take care of it. There was intel assistance, but I think it's fantastic. One concern, and I've been thinking about this a lot just as we go through our news cycles. The summer is coming, World Cup. One of the stops is in Guadalajara. There are going to be major security concerns around this event that obviously matters a lot to all of North America to get right.
Maybe Kash Patel should go there too.
I'm sure he will. And crush some beers. That's it.
Make sure he knows the coach.
So that's your tennis.
Yes.
Emily, you are like the criminal expert here. You're a lawyer. Should Americans hold off from any Mexican vacations like in the next few weeks?
I think that would be wise.
Okay.
I also think that the tourism attraction there and that regular industry that we all participate in, and people like me from California go all the time, it's a really thin veneer. This is not new, and the power vacuum that is currently being exploited and sort of fought over has been happening for decades. We know that there are billions of dollars of this illicit industry, multiple illicit industries that the cartels are engaging in, like human trafficking, drugs, the green gold of avocado farms, it's sort of like all the things. They've been doing that forever. It just morphs based on how much they make and what policies are in place. That's why right now they're trafficking everything through Canada, who has different drug statistics and tracking mechanisms. My point is, if you take away $1 from a cartel, believe me, they will do anything to take it back. So right now, of course, the immersion is important and the working together. But the reality is that if you think there's a separation between the Mexican government and the cartels, then you are a fool. Not you, I just mean in general.
It's okay,
right?
I'm
And there's
used to it.
strong allegations of Sheinbaum and Sinaloa. Like, this is so deep and complex.
You get it. You blame the Jews. All right, Emily. Dana, refugio en el lugar, which is Spanish for shelter in place. They're advising tourists to hide under large objects or Ana Navarro. But only if she's in Guadalupe. Whatever's available. Where do you see this going? Good thing?
Well,
Dangerous.
I think the one thing is that we could all say is that doing the same thing over and over again, which was nothing, was going to get you nowhere. And when you decide to take on cartels like this, there's going to be a reaction. And also there's the feuding of the cartels, like getting the cartels to fight each other is very good. But when you see how violent they are in response to this, it makes you cringe. It makes me cringe thinking about how terrifying it was when President Biden let the cartels just send in all these people.
Take over hotels. Apartment complexes.
Right, and sending them across in order to hurt us. And now that border is sealed. And so the pressure points on all these cartels are coming from a lot of different places. I expect President Trump will speak to this tomorrow night in the State of the Union. He said, I was going to take on the cartels. And this guy in particular, El Mencho, he was a big-time fentanyl dealer.
There you go. Awesome, Jesse. These cartels have military-grade weapons, so it's pretty much of a terror network that they're taking down.
Say Puerto Vallarta one more time.
Puerto Vallarta.
I liked it better the second time.
I believe in pronouncing things the way they're intended. Taco. Barrito.
Taco, or as Jill Biden would say,
Ana Navarro.
We should just do a whole show in Espanol.
Yes.
That would be like the halftime show with Bad Bunny. All right. What are we talking about here?
I don't know.
All right. So this guy was visiting his mistress and got smoked. What is the lesson here, Greg?
Infidelity.
Don't cheat on your wife.
Be more discreet.
Oh, my God.
No, but this was U.S. intelligence that we gave to the Mexican military. Mexican military. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I love the Mexican military.
They did lose 25 National Guard.
I know. No, there was a very brave operation, but we're doing a lot of intelligence sharing. We have drones overhead. We obviously have sources on the ground, and during these reprisal attacks, which everything looks like they're on fire, if one single American tourist is hurt, I'm going to have to call for a travel ban on Mexico.
Yes.
Just like We destroyed the country of Dominican Republic from one poisoning. We are not afraid to do it to Mexico. And I'd say we, I mean the president.
Welcome back, Connor.
Launched land attacks into Mexico proper. If one single hair on the head of any Mexican.
Yes, this is Fox News. Yes, it's Fox News. They are the only outlet who really covered this story extensively.
This isn't just raw land, though.
They are the only outlet who covered this story extensively. That's why we're listening to them. But I try to play all of the outlets. I try not to just lean on one side. So I try to play all of them.
The U.S. State Department is telling Americans in Mexico to shelter in place as law enforcement tries to regain control of cities that have fallen into chaos in the hands of the Mexican cartels. This is after the Mexican military took out a notorious cartel kingpin with U.S. support. We're learning a little bit more about our role in all of that. Not a lot of detail, but we had one. The carnage, cars torched, roads blocked, banks and local businesses set on fire as those cartels are now fighting for power. It's like everybody else is in the middle of a gang war right now. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host, Emily Campagno, and also joining us, Tommy Lahren, co-host of The Big Weekend Show and host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick. Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business. And Griff Jenkins is with us, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Mexico's most wanted drug known as El Mencho was killed in a U.S.-backed military raid. He founded a vast criminal network which has the highest cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine trafficking capacity in Mexico. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt applauded the move, and here's what she wrote. El Mencho was a top target for the Mexican and U.S. government as one of the top traffickers of fentanyl. President Trump has been very clear the U.S. will ensure narco-terrorists sending deadly drugs to our homeland are forced to
Hey, Auntie K. It is another clear night. That's right. How you doing?
On the Faulkner Focus.
This is exactly what they're doing in Puerto Vallarta. What they are doing is burning buses, lighting gas stations on fire, because they want to create terror for those who struck a nerve. This will create compression amongst those other cartels. We may see more violence stem from this, but what we're seeing right now is their capability for violence, and this should awake Americans up. This is why it's so important to close our borders.
The borders are essentially closed, and the drugs
I'm feeling real good. I'm feeling good
have
tonight.
dwindled to nearly zero, thank goodness. Not quite there, but certainly the human trafficking. What is there for people on the left to catch on to at this point?
So this is a big deal, Harris, and it couldn't be a more dangerous time to be in Mexico because of what Sheriff Lane was talking about. So a power vacuum was now created. El Mencho was the top trafficker of cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl coming across in the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. Now, remember, last summer, El Mayo, who was the leader of the Sinaloa Cartel, was taken. The U.S. captured him. It led to a spike in 400% increase in homicides in Mexico. Now we're going to see it even more so because Jalisco New Generation is the dominant cartel. And they're going to start retaliating now against Mexican officials because of this. And don't forget, for 4 years under the Biden administration, they lined their pockets with money. That's why you see these stunning videos of the cartel leaders in armored vehicles that rival U.S. military firepower. They're going to retaliate against the officials, but then they're going to fight the rival factions that are trying to fill El Mencho. And so it's really a lot of unanswered questions of really where and how they're going to retaliate against Mexican officials, and then the war that's going to go on with the cartel, which puts Americans stuck in Mexico at a very, very high risk.
Yeah, the list last night, Tommy, that some of us put out on social media of all the areas that were basically in lockdown, shelter in place, was pretty long. It wasn't just Jalisco and Puerto Vallarta and some of the other areas where we know Americans go, but it was a lot of different states within that country.
I think Americans need to understand something that doesn't feel comfortable, but anytime you as an American travel to Mexico, there is a limited amount of things that the American government can do for you there. Yes, they've put out the warnings. They said shelter in place. They can help you a little bit with the embassy. But when you decide to travel to Mexico, a lot of people think you go to a resort, you're going to be safe, nothing happens there. Well, I think they're finding out the hard way that that's not necessarily true. In 2017, a friend of mine from California was stabbed to death in Playa del Carmen. And that was just walking from bar to bar in a resort area. So I've been sounding the alarm on this for almost 10 years now, saying, if you're an American going to Mexico, have a great time, but understand the risks. And to the point about President Trump and his message, we saw it in the first administration, his message to Mexico was the threat of tariffs if the Mexican military doesn't do their part to secure the border. And then the Mexican military stepped up. Now we flash forward to administration 2.0. President Trump says, I'm not going to tolerate not only the human trafficking, but the drug trafficking. And now the Mexican military, once again, stepping up to do their part to secure their own country. That, in my opinion, is a direct response to President Trump and how tough he's been on this issue.
Talk to me about tariffs, because you knew we'd get there eventually, and Tommy got us there. You've got a new round coming, potentially, that the president and his staff have worked on to get beyond what the U.S. Supreme Court did. It sounds like, from what Tommy's saying, you may need those more immediately, particularly given the situation that's going on.
Oh, the national
TK, how long your husband let you stay on tonight?
Liberation Day, April of 2025. Fast forward to now. The steel and aluminum tariffs, by the way, are still in place. That's a separate issue than what the Supreme Court ruled on, and that is a
Those
big
are
piece
sectoral.
of it. Yes,
like
and
Canada,
that's why you've seen more and more auto manufacturing that is coming back into the United States. Again, is this a safety concern? Because
Yo, Sick, we're on the way to Lincoln, Nebraska. We are on the way to Lincoln, Nebraska. We're almost in Omaha.
to Mexico. A lot of that is ending, and a lot of the automakers had expressed concerns for the safety of their employees in Mexico. The U.S. Government has not only you have this designation of a terrorist organization with Jalisco, but you also have them giving us a price tag on the cartel industry as it exists right now in Mexico. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry on an annual basis because they're not just into fentanyl and into meth and cocaine and human trafficking. They're also they steal oil from Pemex and then they sell it. They have extortion operations around the country, the different groups of the cartel do, where they extort the avocado farmers. They extort small businesses, nightclubs. It is unbelievable. So even though the border has been effectively shut down, even though the fentanyl, to your point, production has really slowed down, in particular in the southern part, like in the Sonoran region, we've seen that. Still, this is not exactly a moment in time where the cartels are going to say, oh, we're just going to walk away from the billions of dollars. And by the way, they have crypto trading operations as well. It is so much more than what Americans, I think, understand.
Yeah, you know, Emily, as we look at these pictures from there and all the videos over the weekend, it's terrifying.
It is. Thank you for pointing out to the vast enterprise network that the cartels have been engaging in for decades. They are loath to and will not surrender $1 of that multi-billion-dollar illicit revenue that they've been getting for years at all. And they've been exploiting the northern border through our northern neighbors who don't have the same drug trafficking and human trafficking and illicit types of data, statistics, and tracking that we do here in the States. The green gold of the avocado farms, the oil seizures, those cartels have that entire country and its economics and ecosystem under a tight fist. And I'm worried that the news cycle covers this as Americans are in the danger that they are, but that it will go back to the thin veneer of safety that we've been enjoying as tourists for decades. We know that power vacuums beget violence and exploitation, and that's what's been happening this entire time. That's why there are those multiple factions, because back in the day, it used to just be one. Now Jalisco's on top, right? It didn't used to be like that, but this is what shifts. The last Mexican elections were the bloodiest of all time, and the amount of journalists that have been murdered, the amount of influencers on live streaming, the amount of targeted what's the word I'm looking for, when the cartels are recruiting young people there. It starts at a very young age. They hold their families hostage. They have now music and you know, pop culture influences for these kids. It is a reign of terror. And to think, by the way, that the government is somehow distinct from the cartels is a very naive and foolish way of thinking. They are deeply embedded, and I'm not quite sure what our next steps are diplomatically, but it requires a very complex and nuanced approach to this country and to those cartels. I think that takes years of investments. This is not just a current administration diplomatic solution.
It's such a great
military.
point. I was just playing for Italy in the green room before he came out the narco ballad for Mincho. It's called Soy Mincho. It's like a popular song. They start young and influence it. I would just add to, we don't know what's going to happen next. I think one thing that may help tamp the violence down is that President Sheinbaum, has a lot of pressure to get this under control before the FIFA World Cup. Because the Mexican people love soccer. And if this continues, there will be questions about whether you can hold those World Cup matches down there. And so she's got a tight timeline.
Yeah. On my very short walk from one set to the other to this one, a few minutes ago, we learned that there were 25 members of the Mexican army that responded and took out El Mencho, excuse me. And that's a high number if you consider that they're going in to get somebody and they take that kind of damage and harm to themselves. So Sheinbaum, I just have a question. They knew that we were going to help them. They knew what the plan was, and still, you've got a situation that is very explosive right now. Can she handle what's going on now across a lot of the country?
Well, and 25 guard members that were announced. It was made by the Mexico's Secretary of Security. His name is Omar Garcia Harfuch. He was El Mencho tried to kill him.
Hey, Barbie.
Failed. He's now the top Homeland Security person, if you will. So there's a lot of motivation to revenge those 25 guard members that were killed.
May I say, just a plug, if you're interested in this, you want to learn more than we had in this time here, listen to the podcast Borderland with Katarina Schultz. She has been on the ground there covering this for years. I trust her explicitly, and she frankly has...
Oh, wait, so that was 25...
So necessary.
That was 25 Mexican National Guard members. I read something on Instagram earlier, but all it said was 25 National Guard members got unalived in Mexico. It didn't say it was Mexican National Guard though. So I got to double check. Fox News don't be having all their facts straight sometimes. They don't be having all their facts straight. So I got to double check that. But I read something earlier that said 25 National Guard members was unalived in Mexico. But it didn't say if it was United States National Guard or if it was Mexico National Guard. It didn't say. I know now. I don't know if Mexico have a National Guard. I don't know. I got to check on that though. Because they're not being specific on that. I got to figure it out. Y'all let me know which one y'all think it is. Steering wheel, what's up, steering wheel? Here we go. Let's get back to the video. I got to find out exactly which one that is.
The assassins have arrived in raid. Download now to claim the legendary Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
That damn ass.
You can make any song with your voice. Just record your voice.
No, AI. I don't want to do that, AI.
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Robert Almonte, former U.S. Marshal in Western Texas, retired Deputy Chief of the El Paso Police Department, who has extensive experience with the cartels. Robert, thanks for being with us. So El Mencho was the leader of the most powerful cartel in Mexico, even more powerful than the Sinaloa cartel. Founder and leader of the Jalisco New Generation, the CGNG. What is going on in Mexico to fill the vacuum that his death leaves?
Yeah, well, this is extremely big news. This is huge news. El Mencho, as you mentioned, was a leader of the New Generation cartel. They are extremely violent, as you mentioned. More violent.
Bro, what is you doing on my side of the road, trucker? Come on, man. Wake the fuck up and go park.
I'm talking about these guys torturing.
You swerving back and forth in my lane, bro.
I mean, just incredible stuff. So this was
Damn, go sleep somewhere if you're tired. Pull over.
And the entire world.
Right, but what is happening in the power vacuum?
Come on, man.
By his death, because we see scenes there in Puerto Vallarta, which is a major American tourist destination, where cars are on fire and running gun battles in the streets have been reported.
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is basically the retaliation on the part of the elemental people. Elemental people are extremely loyal to him. They'll die for him, and they have died for him. So they are extremely upset that their leader was killed, and it's payback time now. That's why they're creating chaos and disrupting the Mexican, everything that's going on in Mexico, the Mexican government. So that's what we're seeing right now. Now that should last a while longer than it's going to calm down. What's taking place right now, though, in the meantime, is the discussion of who's going to take over the leadership, and my money's going to be on elementary.
That boy said, call FMCSA. Call FMSCA. FMCSA. Yeah, FMCSA.
And there's some other people that may be possible replacements. However,
had to get far away from him.
Conflict within the cartel, if that does happen, and then you'll see more violence. But this is a big deal. It's a big win. United States very involved in providing intelligence to Mexican authorities, but the credit goes to Mexican authorities for actually taking El Mencho out. So this is great news for a lot of people.
Great news for a lot of people, but not such great news for tourists who are down there in that area, who are suddenly finding themselves under a shelter-in-place order from the State Department. And the State Department shelter-in-place order goes to Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara, Chapala, Reynosa, Michoacan, Guerrero, Nuevo Leon. And a lot of people are trying to get out of there, Robert, as fast as they can, and they're having a hard time doing it.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, and you've probably heard me say this before, is that I tell people not to go to Mexico. And I think there's even more reason for me to say that, because things have changed now. President Trump has said he's going after the cartels. And I think by us providing information to Mexican authorities on his location and taking him out, you're going to see more of this happen. I do a lot of research, which includes going into Mexico. Mm-hmm. I have not been going there for that reason, because I really believe that Trump is going to step up the game. He's going to go after the cartel with or without the cooperation of the Mexican government. And I certainly won't want to be stuck in Mexico when something like that happens.
All right, so real quick, we're coming into the end of February, beginning of March. Tens of thousands of Americans are going to be heading to Mexico in spring break. What's your advice to them?
Don't go to Mexico. I'm serious about that. It's a different time. It's a different world now. And then you're going to see an increase of the cartels fighting each other for control of the drug trafficking routes and everything else that's involved, tapping the pipelines, stealing truckloads of avocados, kidnappings, extortion, everything that the cartels are involved in. My advice is don't go to Mexico for a while, because I think we're going to see more of this, and I think we're going to see this in the near future.
All right, stay here in the United States or go somewhere else a little safer. Robert, thanks for the update. Really appreciate you coming on, sir.
Hey, Connor, don't argue with zombies. Don't argue with zombies, y'all. Eventually, if you ignore the zombies, they'll go away. Don't argue with zombies. Let them live. You just ignore the zombies. They'll go away. Don't go back and forth with zombies. Just chop their damn head off if you need to. 86,000 seconds. Just chop their fucking head off for 86,000 seconds. They'll go away.
In certain cities, there's zero public transportation. CJNG and all the affiliates have threatened all bus drivers and all taxi drivers that if they're moving their vehicles around, they will be shot and killed. There's videos out there of taxis being overtaken and just open warfare on the streets. So it's extremely concerning that we're seeing this, and this is what it is right on the brink of possible civil war, because there are so many different factions under CJNG. CJNG isn't necessarily just a group, it is more of an umbrella of a conglomerate of numerous smaller cartels. Now each one of these cartels, with El Mencho being taken out, all these leaders of these smaller cartels are all going to try and vie for that top dog spot, and they're going to fight, and they're going to utilize all their weapons. And your previous guest has said it, this was a small army, and each of these have weapons grade, battlefield weaponry, straight from Ukraine training. So it's quite concerning.
Wow.
You're welcome, Sid.
I read that he was protected by soldiers who carried RPGs. Not soldiers, really, but the men who protected him. El Chapo was 9 or 10 years ago, arrested in 2016, brought to New York City in 2017. Here's what the president of Mexico said. She said there was absolute coordination with the governments of all states. We must remain informed and calm. We work every day for peace, security, justice, and the well-being of Mexico. Just based on what Jillian's reporting, what service could we have provided the Mexican military?
lose 45 pounds and look completely transformed this spring. On Monday, February 23rd, we start the chair Tai Chi flow.
It's excellent because I directly worked in operations like this while I was with Joint Task Force Vulcan.
Dusty, what up, Dusty?
Members in Mexico. So I know very directly firsthand of providing intelligence to the Mexican authorities and letting them conduct the event, the attack. And this was absolutely, pinpoint right on there. And U.S. intelligence providing, whether it be source intelligence or signals intelligence, and providing them all the information, the targeting data, the locations, letting them execute the operation, because that's important, letting the Mexican authorities execute the
That boy done went to another channel and came back. That's crazy. That boy went to another channel and came back. What up, Dusty?
Successfully were able to extract him somewhat alive but wounded, and he died en route. So it's an overall excellent operation by Mexican authorities. It's supported by U.S. intelligence services, whether it be DOD or FBI resources, which are embedded there in Mexican.
Let me share this with our viewers. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, referred to as New Gen, I do believe, right? U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, 15 to 20,000 members. That's a lot. Believed to take in billions of dollars. Key supplier of fentanyl to the U.S. Considered one of the more significant threats to U.S. health, safety, and security. There are 37 cartel leaders, and you were just describing how the worst case scenario could be happening for Mexico. Why would you say that? And can you answer the question, what happens next?
Well, what happens next is really crucial, and it's going to be, we're going to see in the next few days. So each one of these smaller cartel members are not only going to want to vie for that top dog spot, but also what's concerning is that, intel suggests that a lot of these are going to want to get weapons, more weapons to prepare for more battle amongst their own cartels, amongst their fellow cartels, and a small civil war amongst them. And unfortunately, the Mexican people will be caught in the crossfire, which means that there could be an uptick in drug trafficking coming north to be able to, support these battles, for them to purchase weapons, additional weaponry, additional drones for them to fight them. So it is definitely concerning.
All right, just one thing I would add, a lot of Americans go to Puerto Vallarta and the area of Jalisco. They may be watching us right now from their hotels. About 30 minutes ago, the president of Mexico said flights could continue later today on Monday into Tuesday. So we hope that is the schedule if they need to get out. Dan, thanks for your time. Appreciate the insight. Thank you.
My pleasure.
We are back with a Fox News alert. Chaos underway in Mexico as the resort town of Puerto Vallarta, as well as a local airport, under siege following a military operation that killed the country's most wanted drug leader. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirming U.S. involvement, writing on X, quote, "The United States provided intelligence support to the Mexican government in order to assist with an operation in Talpalpa, Jalisco, Mexico, in which Nemesio El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, an infamous drug lord and leader with the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, was eliminated." Former El Paso U.S. Marshal Robert Almonte joins me now. And Robert, in the war against the cartels, how big of a deal was it that the Mexican forces killed El Mencho?
This is a huge deal. I mean, I cannot overstate that. This is a huge deal. El Mencho was a leader of the New Generation Cartel. They're an extremely violent and barbaric cartel responsible for many murders, not only in Mexico, but in the United States, and responsible for bringing tremendous amounts of methamphetamine, cocaine, fentanyl, heroin into the United States. So this is a big deal. This is a big win for Mexico and for the United States and for the entire world. So the United States was involved in providing intelligence to locate him, but the credit really goes to Mexican authorities for actually taking him out.
And it was a military operation, and dare I say the response was pseudo-military by the cartels. Why was their response to inflict damage, violence, mayhem on a resort town, Robert?
Well, this is retaliation by El Mencho's people. El Mencho's people are extremely loyal to him. I mean, they will die for him, and they have died for him. So this is all retaliation on part of El Mencho's people. They're very upset. They're retaliating. I think we're going to see this for a while, and then what we're going to see is a change in leadership take place. And right now, my money is going to be on El Mencho's son-in-law, Juan Carlos Valencia, taking over the cartel. However, there are other members of the cartel that may want to take leadership. And if that happens, then we may see continued violence because of the internal conflict. But right now, what we're seeing is retaliation by El Mencho's people. They're extremely upset that he was killed.
You know this is a dangerous situation when the State Department literally issues a shelter-in-place order immediately to the several Americans stranded due to the cartel violence there in Mexico. And the images that came out yesterday were absolutely terrifying, the people actually sheltering in place. But look ahead for us, Robert. Could this all be part of a broader U.S.-led operation, whether in concert with Mexican authorities or on our own, to officially take out the cartels once and for all?
Yeah, I believe that's what we're seeing. I've been saying that for a while. I think President Trump and his administration mean business with or without the assistance of the Mexican government. And I think regardless of who takes over the new generation cartel, it's extremely important that we keep the pressure on that cartel and take out the new leadership. It's a very dangerous situation in Mexico. The Mexican cartels are running Mexico, so we need to do everything we can to eliminate the cartels. And I think we're gonna see further proof of this in the near future.
Robert Almonte, thank you so much for your time and your insight. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Twice Yearly Prep is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for HIV prevention. That's 1-2 Prep. That.
So, Fox News Alert, Americans in Mexico have been given the shelter-in-place order as the country descends into violence following the killing of the notorious cartel boss El Mencho by Mexican forces. The White House confirming that the U.S. provided key intelligence to this operation. Former acting DEA Administrator Derek Moss is warning Americans in the region are at great risk, and he joins us now. Derek, it's good to see you, my friend. Explain to the audience who aren't familiar with him who El Mencho is.
So, LJ, thanks for having me. It's a great day for Americans. Yesterday, the hockey goal, the end of El Mencho, the leader of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the most wanted man in the Western Hemisphere, is now dead. And that's because we have strong leadership in our country, and the Mexican government has stepped up their game. El Mencho's been flooding the country with deadly drugs for many years. If you look behind me, you'll see all the dead Americans, the dead children over my shoulder, and they're working with the Chinese criminal networks. He's a huge national security threat, and I'm very pleased with the efforts both in America and in Mexico, right? So you have cartel operatives all over America that were led into this country with the wide open border, and they've been here trying to, get our kids and our young Americans these dangerous drugs. So I'm very, very pleased with the efforts, LJ.
So the president's action has caused a massive revenue shift for the cartels. They have 3 operations. It is people crossing the border, and they pay a fee to the cartel. The drugs crossing the border, that's more money, and then the human trafficking. The White House shut that down. Now, there are still some Americans that are traveling to Mexico. Is that safe, Derek?
Well, let me just go back to one thing to make it clear. President Trump, before he got elected, said placing the safety and security of Americans would be the top priority, and he's a man of action. So to answer your question about the Americans, no, it's very dangerous in Mexico. It's been dangerous there for many years. Right now, this is a wake-up call for the world about the treachery of the Mexican cartels. That's why President Trump declared them as terrorists. Would the Americans want to go visit, the middle of Al-Qaeda Central, right? So right now, what we're witnessing, especially on social media, it highlights the level of control and power the cartels have in Mexico. They're blowing up buses. They're shutting down roads. There's blockades in up to 20 states. They're burning buildings, right? So, yeah, it's very dangerous in there. LJ, I feel confident, though, with our State Department professionalism, with the mornings, the communication is going out all over the social media. I think that they're going to be fine. It's just isolated, it appears. I've gotten some reporting that it's kind of like leveled off a little bit. I hope that's true. But, again, you can't go into the middle of an area where terrorists are. It's not safe in certain areas. So, you know, there's gunfire, there's panic in the streets. They were running onto the airport tarmac yesterday. So let's hope and let's pray that the people can get out of there and get home. And so, you know, it's just very dangerous. But let's not downplay the Americans that are in danger today, because we had millions of unknown people coming into this country, ghost criminals all over this place. So we have a big issue. We got to continue to fight hard.
There's a lot of heat going on when it comes to these narco terrorists. So any region that is a central location for these terrorists, Americans should be on high alert. We're not trying to make people fearful, but this is exactly what's happened there. They should take your warning, heed that warning. Thanks, Derek. I got to run, brother.
LJ, one last thing. Just watch the videos on social media and you'll see how dangerous
That's exactly
it is.
right. Thanks, Derek.
Senator, I imagine you could hear that in your earpiece, that conversation. That's American in Mexico. What would you say to that many, many, many other Americans?
Well, we're in communication with the State Department.
Sly, it looks like we see your messages, Sly. If some of your messages not coming through, just understand that it's not me or it's not any of my moderators. It's probably YouTube. It's probably YouTube holding your messages, but it ain't me and it ain't none of the moderators hiding your messages.
You name it, they'll do anything for a buck. And these are dangerous and very violent people. You know, under President Trump, we're now leaning forward into this problem. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. But fortunately, President Trump has gotten President Sheinbaum to extradite, I think, approximately 50 different cartel members to the United States. And I'm glad to see him taking the fight to the cartels in Mexico using U.S.
Hey, Karina. What's up, Karina?
Senator, I have a couple of different things I look forward to talking to you about here while we're together today. I just put a follow-up on this. Let's presume for a moment some of these Americans in Mexico have access to Fox News or their family members are at home. What should they know about the safety of their family members?
Well, they should take the direction from the embassy and the State Department to stay sheltered in place. Don't take any chances, and hopefully we'll get the flights restored here pretty soon. And I'm sure we'll find a way for them to come back to this country safely. But that would be my best advice.
Okay, and then, Senator, I want to follow up on this note that was in that report as well. U.S. intel helped Mexican authorities pull off this against the head of the CJNG. What is the United States position right now? Are we helping Mexico fight this war? Are we active participants in this war on cartels? If so, do we go all in? Are we just behind the scenes? What are we doing about cartels in Mexico?
Well, we, under President Trump, have leaned into providing surveillance, ISR, to the Mexican elite forces. And now the Senate of Mexico has agreed to allow some of our special forces.
Shit, what is Mexico doing about them?
Particular about their sovereignty, and I get that, but if they're not able to take care of
Mexico need to do something about the fucking cartel, but as hell, half of them in bed with them. Half of the damn government probably in bed with the cartel. That's probably why they can't do shit about it.
All right, a couple of questions for you on your Senate race. Senator Cornyn, everyone watching and everyone in the audience should know that this week we'll be talking to all of the different candidates in this race. I should say all the different candidates. No yet accepted invitation from Jasmine Crockett or James Tallarico. But Ken Paxton and Wesley Hunt and Senator Cornyn will all be with us this week. It's a very competitive race. Senator Cornyn, polls have, they're all in place. Most of them do have Attorney General Paxton in the lead. What do you say right now to Texans about the state of this race?
Well, it'll be has been and will be a very competitive race. I don't expect the congressman to make it past March the 3rd, and then there'll be a 10-week runoff between me and the Attorney General. Unfortunately, the Attorney General's got so much action.
Good night, Auntie K. Have a great night. Thank you for coming through, showing us some love tonight. Thank you, Auntie.
By not only winning this race, but bringing along some of these congressmen who are running in these 5 new congressional seats. Ken Paxton jeopardizes all of that, will potentially lose a race and take other people with him.
Senator Cornyn, so what you're saying to me is Jasmine Crockett or James Tallarico would have a real chance to win as senator from Texas?
Absolutely. That we haven't elected a Democrat since 1994, as you know, Will. And but this would be the first crack in the red wall, and unfortunately, that's what is being put at risk as a result of the corruption and the baggage that Ken Paxton brings to this race.
What do you think of Tallarico? He's the rising star, getting all this attention. I think most of it manufactured after the Late Show. What do you think of James Tallarico?
Somebody said earlier, if you think that Texas gonna have a Democratic elect a Democrat senator or select any Democrats into office, use a fool, bro. Texas haven't had a Democratic senator since 1994. Since 1994. And Jasmine Crockett is probably about to win that position.
On our show, how much of this usage is legitimate? If it is all legitimate. Last week, you tweeted out the Indian Century, which I think was a podcast or article from the New York Times. You since deleted it. I think it got a lot of heat online. And I just want to give you the floor. I want to ask you, why did you tweet that out? What did you mean by putting that out, the Indian Century?
Well, India has become an important partner to the United States and a counterweight to China, and that's what that article was about. But H-1B visa fraud and abuse is real, and we need to continue to investigate it to make sure that only legal uses of the H-1B visa are possible. Obviously, we hire Americans first for every job. If aren't available for the jobs, then we do have a legal way for people to come on a temporary basis and to work in the United States. But I believe that it should not be subject to abuse and fraud. And I'm all in when it comes to making sure that it's used only for legal and appropriate purposes.
Okay. Senator John Cornyn, thanks for being with us.
All righty, so that's what's going on in Mexico. Y'all heard it all.
Quick.
Why is that light going out? Oh, it just went out. Damn. Street light just went out, man. Let's see how many votes we got on the poll, man. Do you approve of Donald Trump? Yes or no? We have, hold on, let me check and see how many votes we have. I can see. We have a total of 1,784 votes. 1,784 votes. 40% approve. 60% do not approve. Wow. I think that's the most votes we had, y'all, on a live. That's the most votes we had. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 votes tonight. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 votes on the poll tonight. We get to 2,000, and that'll be a good number right there for tonight. 2,000 votes on the poll. Hit that like button on the way in. Once you vote, hit it on the way out if you didn't. We appreciate it, each and every one of y'all tonight. So as we read about earlier, there's a lot of polls from the Washington Post, the Reuters poll, CNN poll. You got what was the other one? The Ballotpedia poll came out. Several's like 8 polls came out, and all of those polls was overwhelmingly disapproving the president, Donald J. Trump. Are you guys excited about the State of the Union address tomorrow? That's also tomorrow. I think they confirmed that it's at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So we got that going on tomorrow. And so Schley said she is going to win. I believe she will win. I believe she most definitely will win, for sure. So I believe that for sure. We're almost at 1,800 votes. We're almost at 1,800 votes. We still got a 60-40 split. I mean, 60-40 vote. We still have a 60-40 vote. We're almost at 1,800. We're also almost at 100 likes, guys. Once you come in here, guys, please hit that like button. Please hit that like button to get us up to 100 likes. I appreciate you all. And I will go ahead and take a moment to announce that we do have the membership open for road talkers. You know, I go live on the road, so you want to become one of my road talkers, you can become a member for $2.99 a month. $2.99 a month is not much at all. Some of y'all go to Starbucks every morning and spend $10 on a dang venti. So I feel like $2.99 for road talkers on the membership, and also for my inner circle that'll be $4.99 a month for my inner circle membership. So guys, be sure to go check out the membership. Just look at the perks. Let me know what you think. Members do get priorities on reading out your chats, different things like that. Got membership videos that'll be dropping soon. So thank you guys for showing support to the channel. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers. We are on the road to 2,000. So we're looking forward to that as well. And so shout out to all of you guys for hitting that like button and being here tonight, spending that digital currency. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So let me see here. See. All right. Yeah, we're pushing close toward 1,800 subscribers for sure. All right, let's get into it. Oh, that's the one that I didn't play.
Hunt down your opponents.
Yo yo.
Shadow Legends.
Here we
Use
go.
this promo code to get the legendary Cheshire Cat for free.
All these ads, bro. I know, man. I can't wait either, bro. That's gonna be great.
Welcome to the trust.
We are pushing close towards that point. We are getting close, Connor. We are getting close, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am very weed friendly. You just have to be responsible, yep, with the stuff and take breaks here and there. We already know you are. We know you responsible, Dusty. We know you responsible. Oh man. All right. All right, all right. They already got it set. President Donald J. Trump, 2026 State of the Union Address. State of the Union Address scheduled for, yep, 8 o'clock. I see it on the White House YouTube channel already. Already see it. Shout out to Midas Knight, man. Shout out to Midas Knight, man. Fellow trucker right there. Shout out to Midas Knight. 28 years over the road. Man, that's a lot right there, man. Oh man. ABC News. The White House already got it up. Um, got it up and ready for tomorrow at 8 o'clock. ABC News is gonna. What are they talking about? There's nothing in front of me. This truck, I swear, this truck right here is, that's crazy. This truck right here, man. I swear these new trucks get on my fucking nerves sometimes. Anyway, CBS News gonna be covering it as well. CNN obviously gonna be covering the SOTU, SOTU. C-SPAN is gonna be covering it. Fox News is gonna be covering it. Almost every news outlet is gonna be covering the State of the Union address tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Time. So MS Now, NB, almost every all of them gonna be covered. PBS, they're all gonna be covered. You got people waiting in the chat already for for the State of the Union. Not many people. They're gonna be covering it though.
Now these new 15% tariffs against
How do you want it, girl?
Find someone unexpected on Bumble.
your body warned you before kidney failure. Here are
Bumble.
the 3 signs most people miss. As a nephrologist, I see these every single
Find
day.
somebody on
Red flag number
Bumble.
one.
Now, let's just stop and take a quick glance around the world.
I think we covered enough about the Mexican cartel. I don't want to get into that.
What does the future of the Republican
I think we covered enough about that. Marquise, what up, Marquise? I ain't even see you come in. What's going on, man? Say, been busy, 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 busy. I know how that is, bro. Get busy, busy. Busy with life. Busy with work. Busy with life, man. I know how that be. For sure. Michael in the building. What up, Mike? Hello, Mike. How you doing, Mike? Oh, I already know, Marquise. I already know you gonna support every time, man. I already know you gonna support, man. Whether you you doing your thing, you know what I'm saying? I know you gonna come through when you can, bro. I already know. Man, Democrats are they're about to take the midterms, man. They are about to take the midterms. I'm telling y'all right now, they about to take it. What up? What up? Not much. Taking it easy, having my ups and downs, man. I hear you, man. Take it easy, man. You know, we all got our ups and downs. Uh, We all got our ups and downs, man. You got to stay prayed up, man. Trust in God. Trust in God, for real. Here we go, man. Shout out to all the new folks in the chat, man. Hit that like button. We almost at 9-0. We almost at 9-0. Hit that like. Hit that like button, man. Let us know how you feel. Let us know where you from in the chat, where you tuning in from. Let us know where you tuning in from in the chat. I know we got Philly in the house. We got Maryland in the house. You know what I'm talking about? Who else we got in the house? Vegas. Vegas in the house. Might be Vegas. Let me know where y'all at, man. Minnesota in the house. Know we got Minnesota in the house. Chi-Town in the house. Windy, Minnesota. Philadelphia in here. Come on. Philly in the house. North Carolina in the house. Come on, man. Where y'all tuning in from, man? Philly, Minnesota, Chi-Town, man. North Carolina, man. We got Nebraska in the house. Right now, I'm by way of Nebraska right now. You feel me? Alabama in the house. Alabama, like Stephen A. Smith like to say. Slim D, Alabama in the house. What part of Alabama, Slim D? We got Seattle in the house. J-Rock. Seattle in the house. Come on now. Bay Area, Oakland in the house. What they talking about, man? West Philly in the house. Montgomery. I lived in Montgomery for about 2 years going to AUM. I went to AUM in Montgomery, man. If you know, you know, man. If you know, you know, man. I went to AUM for like 2 years. Sure did. For sure, for sure. Montgomery in the house, man. Seattle, Maryland, Philly, Minnesota, Nebraska, Bama. What New York at? New York ain't up in here? Cali? Well, Cali just left, man. Auntie K just left. She left. She left for the night. Chicago in here? Chi-Town? What Detroit at? What DC at? Little Rock? Little Rock, J-Rock? Town business. You know what I'm talking about? South Philly, 23rd. South Philly. South Philly in the house. YouTube streets holding it down. You already know. We in Omaha, Nebraska right now. Omaha, Omaha, Omaha. Yeah. We in Omaha, Nebraska, almost at 100 likes. Let's get those likes up. Let's get those likes up, man. We almost at 100 likes, man. Put some love on the live. Put some love on the live. We almost at 100 likes. Appreciate you. Do you approve of Donald Trump? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Let us know. Vote on the poll. Vote on the poll. We're happy and we're singing and we're colored. Give me a high like. Alaska in the building. We got Alaska in the building. How many miles today? 378. 378 miles tonight from Minnesota to Lincoln, Nebraska. But I'm doing a turn and burn though. I gotta do a live unload when I get here. Reefer load. Do a live unload, and then turn around and burn again. Head on back towards Minnesota. I'll probably end up doing like a total of about five, about a total of 500, 530 miles, some shit like that before I have to shut down. It just depends on how much time I have once I finish unloading. Any women on of the road tonight? What do you mean, any woman of the road tonight? Are you saying any women on the road tonight? I'm sure it is some women on the road. We got women. We got women truck drivers too. Yeah, we got women truck drivers. Yeah, yeah, we got women truck drivers, and they badass too. They badass. They drive better than a lot of these men. A lot of these women drivers, man, they be backing those trucks up like some real pros, man. Like the pros that they are. They pros, professionals. I went to truck driving school with a girl, with a female that will literally back a truck up better than anybody I know. She don't do no pull-ups either. She don't pull up for nothing. She back up and she eyeball that goddamn space. She eyeball any space, back up in one setting. She ain't pulling up. She don't need to pull up. She backing up in one setting. That's it. She ain't hitting nothing. I know a female that'll outdo anybody, and they don't take no crap. Facts. Ain't taking no crap. What kind of truck? I'm in a Mack truck. Yeah, I'm in a Mack truck. Oh, okay, Connor. Brother thinking about moving to Nebraska. Nebraska. Might be Omaha, Nebraska, or Lincoln, or somewhere. I don't know. It's the state. This is a big state. You said what? The funniest thing that might sound opposite is some of the worst drivers I've ever seen were mostly truckers. I'm a dumb. Yeah, These truckers, yeah, some of these truckers be driving. Some of these, oh, excuse me. Some of these truckers be driving like they in a car, man. Switching lanes, fast as hell. They going crazy. Somebody said, gotta be a Swift driver. No, 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 no. I'm not a Swift driver. Are you what? Are you way for shop or own business? What? What are you asking, Robert? Are you I can't struggle. I can't struggle. I can't struggle to read that. Right? It always feel funny to me when I get back in the car, bro. Every time I get in the car, it feels so funny because the steering wheel in the truck is so big. It's a big steering wheel. Only to get into a car and you're dealing with a smaller steering wheel. So it always feels funny. Sly, that's not nice, Sly. I don't find that question I don't like that question. Are you a slave or do you drive for yourself? That ain't very. Are you saying that people who work for other people are slaves? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not a fucking slave if that's what you insinuating. I don't appreciate that fucking question either. And you've been here for a while. Well, I don't like your fucking question. You need to reword that shit. Nah, you just lost my respect. Nah, you just lost my fucking respect. You just lost my fucking respect. Are you a fucking slave? Are you a slave or you work for yourself? What? You're also fucking crazy, man. Slave, come back tomorrow, slave. Come back tomorrow and try again. I'm not paying attention to you tonight. Just come back tomorrow. I know you I thought you was cool, but you just said some bullshit. Come back tomorrow before I lose my cool. Okay. Bye. Okay. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. All right. I won't. All right. You said that already. You already told us you won't be back, so that's fine. You ain't got to tell us again. All right. Yeah, I love driving at night. That's why I choose to drive at night. That's why I choose to drive at night because there's less traffic. You ain't dealing with too much. Uh, so my people that be my day, everybody that's been here with me, they know I don't do driving during the day. I don't like the driving during the day, the day shift, the driving at during lunchtime and all that shit. Nah, I don't do that. I don't do that. I am a night driver. I am a night driver. Facts on facts. Anyways, the poll says, damn, 1,900 votes on a poll, 1933. 60% disapprove. What's up, Robert? What's up, Robert? Never seen you in traffic once. Facts. Cuz, man, I try to stay out of that shit. I try to stay out of it. Yep. We all work for somebody, bro. You know what I'm saying, Connor? I really don't like that mentality of people thinking that just because you work for somebody, you're a slave. That mentality rubs me the wrong way. It really does. And if you really think that, you should just keep that to yourself. You feel me? Like, because I don't care if you own a fucking business, like, you still got to put in all your time to make sure that business is successful. A lot of business owners don't get no fucking sleep. They work around the fucking clock trying to make sure their business is running right. Are they slaving? No, that fucking mentality pissed me off. It pissed me off for somebody to come in here like, oh, you work, are you slaving for somebody or you work for yourself? Motherfucker, you work for yourself. You gotta bust your ass to make sure that company don't go down. You working for the people. You gotta get the people to support you to hold you up. Like, it don't matter if you work for yourself or you working for somebody else. You still gotta work hard. You still gotta work hard. It's a sign of it's really disrespectful. And then wanna barge out of my chat like a victim. Oh, I'm not coming back. Bitch, I don't give a fuck if you never come back. I don't want you in my fucking chat. First of all, you couldn't even take offense. I mean, you couldn't even take accountability for your fucking disrespect. That lets me know that you fake as fuck anyway. I don't want you in here asking me some bullshit like that. And she was around in the chat being nice and all this shit. Then just out of nowhere said some bullshit like that. And then trying to insult my intelligence like, oh, you can't read. You just don't understand what I said. Bitch, I understood exactly what you said. And I know she's still in here fucking listening. Cause motherfucking zombies don't just leave. They stay around and listen to see if you gonna bring them up again. I know how they operate. I know how they operate. Oh, dumb. She's just a female. Don't talk to her like that. No, it's equality, baby. It's equality. They all get this work. Male or female get this work. Remember, we all equal. She get this work. He get this work. They get this work. I don't play that disrespectful shit. Robert say he's 70 years old. I hope I haven't ever came off rude. No, Dusty, hell no, Dusty. Hell no. We need employees to have businesses and our businesses crash. Never a one man show. Facts. Right? Facts. If I was an owner operator, what I gotta do? I gotta depend on the fucking the load board to give me some fucking loads. You still gotta work for somebody. They just don't. They so fucking stupid, man. You an owner operator. You still working for somebody. You gotta fucking depend on the load board to go get your fucking loads. Dummy. And you gotta hope that the fucking market is paying good. You gotta hope that you they paying you enough for each mile for you to make your fucking money. For you to make a profit. You good, Connor. You good, bro. You good. Right, Marquise. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, bro. I know my company take good fucking care of me. You feel me? My company take good fucking care of me. And I'm a good worker for my company. They take care of me. I get paid right. Never missed a paycheck. Get any day off I fucking want. I don't need to wait on no vacation days. Take any days off I need to. If I need a hotel, they gonna get me a hotel. If I need a car, they gonna get me a car. My company take good fucking care of me. The fuck? Ain't no slave over here. Ain't no fucking slave over here, baby. Oh, I don't know how Dr. Ball's doing. I haven't heard from him in a few days. All you got to do is summon him. He'll come around. Just summon his name. He'll come through. Hannibal said Trump has been a disappointment. How so, Hannibal? Let us know how so. Said I couldn't imagine being taken care of by a company. I'm sorry you couldn't. Imagine working hard and being compensated for it. He coming in here talking stupid. Come back tomorrow, my man. You just got timed out for 86,000 seconds. So just go ahead and leave it live and come back tomorrow. Try again. Right? They just be talking crazy. 1.9 million job cuts. Catering to Israel. Okay. Somebody said, God bless President Trump and God bless our military. Bradley said, all right, Bradley. That's what's up, Bradley. Chris said, but should a job that you really like take you from, should it be there to retire you? Wait, sorry, I can't even. All right. Y'all type in all caps, man. From here on out in the live, from here on out in the live, everybody type in all caps. All caps. Type in all caps. If you ain't typing in all caps, I ain't reading nothing you saying. Cause it's a struggle right now. So just type in all caps. From here on out, type in all caps. Unless you're talking amongst each other. If you typing in lowercase, I'm gonna assume that you typing to somebody else in the chat. I'm gonna assume you are typing to someone else in the chat. All caps. All caps. Do, do, do. All caps mean you talking to me. Lowercase mean you talking to somebody else. Facts on facts on facts. Trump said Israel will be last. Uh-huh. Seem like Israel is first. Seem like Israel is first. That's facts, Dusty. That's facts right there. Facts on facts on facts. Man, the live has been great tonight, y'all. The live was great tonight. We discussed a lot. Literally, we talked about a lot tonight, and you guys have literally gotten me to my destination. I got like 30 more minutes, a 30 more minute drive until I reach my destination. Literally. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate that, Hannibal. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yo, and shout out to all the new subscribers too, man. Yo, that girl, that girl, that girl that was just here earlier before she got her ass ripped out the frame, she unsubscribed from the channel. Oh, baby. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Shout out to all the new subscribers out there, man. Shout out to all the new subscribers out there. Appreciate all of y'all. I see a lot of lowercase in the chat, y'all. I told y'all. I lean my seat all the way back. I'm rolling, bro. Y'all gotta type it. I don't know what y'all saying. Way station closed. What is talking about? Way station 1 mile. We already passed the way station. Okay, done. Will do. I called you a couple days ago. You did? You called me when? This weekend? You called me this weekend, Marquise? Much love to you, Dusty. A couple days ago. I'm gonna have to look through my thing, Marquise. I can't remember what day, but I called to check on since I was too busy for the lives. I'm gonna have to go back through. I don't know what. I'm gonna have to go back through my call log and see. You probably called me while I was sleeping. You probably called me while I was sleeping. Sometime, and this goddamn new iPhone 17, bruh. I'm gonna tell y'all too. This new iPhone 17, it show like all my notifications sometime, bro. It's weird how my notifications show up. Somebody just sent me a message again. Some um you probably called me while I was asleep, bro. And I haven't saw your notification. My mama called me earlier today, earlier last night, before I went live. My mama called me earlier. Oh, well, no, that was yesterday. She called me. And I answered. I called you earlier. I was like, "You called me? You called me earlier? How long you gonna be up, Marquis? You gonna be up for a minute?" All right, that's a bet. That's a bet. I'm about to take a 34-hour break. Probably shit. Probably honestly on Wednesday, probably tomorrow. Tomorrow or Thursday, I'm gonna take a 34-hour break. It might be tomorrow, honestly. Dun. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely. I need to get that. I definitely need to get. Uh, I need 17 more subscribers on my other channel. 17 more subscribers on my other channel. Let me put that in the chat real quick. Everybody stop what y'all doing. I need 17 more subscribers on my alternate channel. I'm about to post it in the chat right now because a lot of my subscribers are ready for me to do the trucking lives. They want me to only do trucking lives and not do politics. So on my other channel, I'm gonna have it's gonna be a truck channel, truck only. That's it. No politics. Just gonna be trucking and chatting with the chat, back and forth like this kind of. So a lot of my subscribers, some of my day one subscribers, they don't really care for the politics side of it. And so, just to accommodate them and to try to keep them around, I want y'all to subscribe to my other channel so I can go live on that channel. Hold on, I'm about to post it right now. Oh shit, hold on. Thank you guys for being here, y'all. I really appreciate it. I'm about to share my other channel with y'all right now. Copy the link, copy the link. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Here we go. Like I said, that other channel just gonna be focused on trucking. That's it. Oh shit, I ain't mean to blind them like that. And for those of you who don't really care too much about politics that much, you can follow this channel right here. Subscribe to it. I need 17 more subscribers to be able to go live on that channel. So I appreciate all of you who support me. I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Much love to you all. What'd he say? What'd he say? What'd he say? What'd he say? I don't know where he went. Oh, Jim Houston. Jim Houston. Jim Houston. Jim Houston. Mm-mm-mm. Somebody said show feet. If I show feet, you get your ass kicked up out of here. That's the only feat you gonna get. You get your ass kicked up out of here. Anywho, anywho. Do you? Oh, we got 2,100 votes, y'all. 2,100 votes. Do you approve of Donald Trump? 21 total. 2,100 total votes. 59% says no, 41% says yes. And we do daily polls, y'all. We do daily polls on this channel, and the overwhelming majority is always no. Oh, that's just because it's a liberal channel. Nope, this is not a liberal channel. So don't assume that. You know, I live for the zombies. I'm quick to shoot boots, show boots, right? He said, okay, so I served to the other one. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it, man. I appreciate that. Real talk. Ziggy, we're typing in all caps on the live. We're typing in all caps on the live. What's your general area? Where you at? What's your general area? Where you at? Midwest. Midwest. Mainly out of Minnesota though. Straight up and down. Straight up and down. It going down. It's going down. Meet me at the mall. It's going down. Yeah. Everywhere you see me, guarantee it go down. Meet me at the mall. It's going down. It's going down. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We need 16 more subscribers on the other channel. 16 more. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. Dusty, appreciate that, Dusty. I see you, Dusty. That's what's up, Vince Jackson. That's what's up, Vince Jackson. And you're welcome here anytime. It don't matter if you do you don't. You're welcome here anytime. 1,000%. Damn, 1,000%. So you like everything he doing? Everything? You like every single thing he's doing. You approve 1,000%. That's crazy. The only person I approve of 1,000%. Never mind. I saw that. I saw you. He said, "Is me?" No, no, not 1,000%, Marquise. Oh, prayer changes things. That's right, Blue. That's right. That's right, Blue. That's right, Blue. That's right. Thank you, Connor. I appreciate you all for subscribing to my other channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's much appreciated. Thank you. And just so you know why, my other channel will just be a trucking channel. And so I'm gonna move all the trucking content um, to that channel. Trucking, no politics on that channel. No politics on that other channel. Marquise, that's because you could just Marquise, you could just click on the name and then just go to the channel. You don't have to use the link because you're a moderator. You could just click on the name and hit go to the channel. Nebraska, Nebraska, the great Cornhusker state. Thank you, Tim. He said, I didn't even realize it said walk instead of talk. Yep. Hey, Marquise, I was over there. I subscribed to this guy channel, right? And I was over there chilling in his channel one day, just talking the shit. You know what I'm saying? Just talking it up with him, chopping it up with him. And he was like, so your name Dumb talk that talk. He was like, your name Dumb talk that talk. I bet you don't walk that walk. So I went, I went and switched my account real quick and came back to his channel. And I was like, you said what now? And he was like, no. He was like, ain't no way you got a channel called Dumb Walk That Walk. I said, yeah, because I talk that talk and I walk that walk. He was like, that's crazy. He was like, that's crazy, bro. I was like, yeah, don't speak too soon, my boy. It's like, don't speak too soon. It's like, yeah. Thanks for sharing info. Best believe it. Best believe it. JC, what up, JC? What it do? What it do? What it do? Dusty, you've been around for a good minute now, Dusty. Yeah, you've been around for a good minute, Dusty. Real talk. Thank you, Blue. Oh shit. Hell no. Knocking somebody's hat off and they pull out a new hat, exact same, and put it back on. That's funny. Damn near. It's damn near equivalent. For sure. Man, we got 2,021.46, 2,146 votes. 2,146 votes with a 59-41 split. Thank you, JC. I appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate that, JC. Thank you, Connor. I appreciate you, Connor. KFC, no question. KFC. What's up, Joseph? Richmond, Virginia in the house. Man, I ain't been to Richmond, Virginia in some years, man. At least 3 years. No, it's been longer than that. It's been like 4 years since I've been to Richmond. I used to deliver to Richmond every day, hauling back and forth uh them pork containers from from Beckley, West Virginia to Richmond, Virginia every day. Sure did. I used to go to Richmond, Virginia every day when I first started driving trucks. What that is? Spotsylvania, Virginia. Spotsylvania? That's a place? Oh, y'all getting it in. Y'all getting that snow. They got the snow going on. Man, Popeyes ain't got shit on no damn KFC, man. I don't know, man. I ain't had KFC in so long, so I don't really know how it is. But I don't know, man. KFC back in the day, though, when we was kids, man, that KFC used to be good, man. I don't know if it's different now or what. I don't know. I ain't had KFC in so long, but I know back in the day, though, KFC used to be jumping, jumping. Midway between Richmond and DC. Okay, okay. Spot Spotsylvania. I hope I'm saying that right. Spotsylvania. Never heard of that place. Frederick Frederick Fredericksburg. Okay. In that area. I got you. Oh, I'm coming up on the construction site. I can't lose when I'm with you. Man, it's going crazy in Cleveland. I'm so glad we over. I'm so glad the snow is. We'll probably get some more snow soon. Next month sometime. I don't know. I'm ready for all this damn snow to be over with though. For real. Fun fact: I don't like mayo either. Fun fact: I don't like mayo either. Believe it or not. Dom don't like mayo. I do not like mayo. Now you can give me some ranch. You give me some good old ranch. I don't care for no mayo though. Sure don't at all. Facts. Chick-fil-A is the best chicken sandwich for real. Somebody, Marquis said Chick-fil-A the best chicken sandwich. I ain't gonna lie, that breakfast chicken sandwich do be good though. Scott the Rock hates mayo. Man, I could put ranch on anything except for pancakes. I could put ranch on just about anything except for pancakes. My green ass was set on fire one time eating some spicy chicken. Damn. Not Miracle Whip. Not Miracle Whip. Oh, are y'all Miracle Whip? What y'all doing with that what y'all doing with that Miracle Whip? Oh shit. I'm not a Miracle Whip person. I'm not. I'm not. To be honest. Nope, nope, nope. Not at all. I don't want no blue cheese. I don't want no blue cheese, and I don't want no mayo. I don't want no blue cheese, and I don't want no mayo. Nope. Don't give me none of that at all. Hot sauce, buffalo sauce, hot sauce. I love that. Hell yeah, it is. That got. Yep, it sure is. Facts. That Valencia hot sauce. Yep. It really is, man. That shit really good. Real talk. What's something that y'all have to just have? Like, what's something that y'all have to put on everything? Like, what's that one thing that you guys got to put on everything? Me, it's almost everything. I have to have onions on almost everything. If I'm making eggs, if I'm making eggs in the morning, gotta have the eggs scrambled with the onions in it. I love onions. Burgers, onions, wrap onions, sub onions, everything gotta have onions on it. Cereal onions. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. No cereal. No cereal. I'm just kidding. Never too much onions. Facts. Cheese. Cheese. Gotta have cheese on. Yep. Cheese, eggs. Yep. Cheese. Yep. Yep. Uh, eating onion slices raw. Not really. Not really. To be honest with you, not really. I can eat tomato slices raw, but onion slices, I can eat them raw, but just not like that though. The only time I eat onions raw is if I'm eating a burger or something, and then like the onion fall on the plate or something like that. Then I'll eat it. But I'm not just going around eating raw onions. Nah. They said, "Are you at Costco?" I am at Costco. throw this online. I'm at Costco. Right now we at Costco, chat. Shout out to everybody. Hello everybody. I gotta go slide these tandems real quick. Y'all hang out with me. I'll be right back. Gotta go slide these tandems right quick. I'll be right back. Oh shit. What up with it? Already? LOL, really, bro? Oh, that's perfect. Oh yeah, perfect, 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 perfect. Oh, we're a little late this morning. It's all good though. We are a little late this morning. Yeah, buddy parked right here. Morning, morning, morning. Yes. It's gonna be a back haul. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go get set up in one. Drop it. I'm gonna go ahead and go get set up in one and drop it, and then okay. Oh. That's hilarious. Let me make sure that 'cause this gonna be a dropping hook. We got a dropping hook. Drop it. Hook. Drop. Getting ready to do a drop and hook. Mm. Boom. Yes, sir. What's up with it? What's up with it? Nope, this is not my last stop. Snowing in Brooklyn? I already know it's snowing in New York. Marjorie. Yes, Marjorie said. We got 2,249 votes. He a cop? Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell no. To the no, 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 no. LW. What it do? What it do? What it do? What it is, man? We almost at 120 likes, man. Hit that like button, man. Spend some digital currency, man. Spend some digital currency with your boy. Know what I'm talking about? Real talk. Spend some digital currency. Spend some digital currency. Did this thing really fall off the bed? How in the hell that happened? I gotta go out here and drop this trailer, you dig? We got 2,253 votes. Gotta go drop this trailer. I want some cheese. Go get you some cheese, Dusty. Oh man. Dropping the trailer, chalking the wheels. Dropping the trailer, chalking the wheels. Dropping the trailer, chalking the wheels. Here we go. Landing gear, landing gear. Damn, there's still ice on the ground out here? Shit. Almost bust my ass. Dropping the trailer. Dropping hook. Don't we just love a nice dropping hook? Whew. I'm in Miami. I'm back off the train. Took a few losses as part of the game. I'm in Miami. I'm back off the chain. Took a few losses as part of the game. The fuck? What the hell that was? Dusty is toast and coffee for me. What you calling a crooked criminal, Judy? What y'all doing, man? It's 4 a.m., 5 a.m. on the East Coast, 3 a.m. in Arizona, 2 a.m. on the West Coast. It is cold outside. It's not terrible like it was in Minnesota. Nebraska is actually not terrible because I just got on a hoodie. In Minnesota, I had on a jacket over the hoodie. See if I got some new subscribers. Yeah, man. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I really do, man. We already gained. I mean, that is. Cause yesterday I had what? 27 new subscribers on this live, man. We gained 27 new subscribers on this live. Appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing to me. Thank you for liking the channel. Shout out to the guys who sent the gifts tonight. We did get some gifts tonight. We didn't get no super chats, but it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I still appreciate y'all, man. I see you, Miss Lady. I ain't gonna hit you. I ain't gonna hit you, Miss Lady. I see you. Dropping hook activities, man. Dropping hook activities, man. Dropping hook activities. Real talk. I said Dom did a professional job, and because I said bam after it with emoji, YouTube blocked it. Yeah, YouTube do suck sometimes. YouTube sucks sometimes, bro. It's crazy. Bro, what are y'all talking about, bro? You know, make me put it right back in. Good morning, King Lopez. What's up with it, bro? King Lopez in the building, man. Good to see you again, brother. It's gonna be a 53 game. Yeah, we covered that. I heard about Mexico. We covered that tonight. We talked about that probably about an hour ago. All on the news right now, man. They encouraging the American citizens to stay indoors. All this stuff going on. talking about a cartel civil war possibly brewing for territory and drugs. It's crazy, man. Yeah, we heard about Mexico, man. Unfortunate what's going on in Mexico. Yeah, getting worse and worse. Yeah, but work is going good, man. Work is going well. Just dropped off my loaded trailer, picking up the empty trailer right now. Once they finish with it, once they finish loading it, and then headed back, man. Headed back to my destination. I got 4 hours and 45 minutes left to drive, so I'm gonna see how far I can get. I won't make it to Minnesota though. I can tell y'all that right now. I will not make it to Minnesota. Man, we got almost 2,300 votes on the poll. The whole time? No, probably not. Probably not. Dusty. Yeah, it does. It definitely helps out. I might restart the live on the way back. I might restart it. I might not stay on this same live because I'm trying to keep my lives underneath that 5 hour window. So I don't want my lives to be too long when I'm taking trips. So, oh, but yeah, we are gonna do the State of the Union address today at some point. We're gonna do the State of the Union address today at some point. Uh, it comes on tonight, actually. Yeah, it comes on tonight. It comes on tonight at 8 o'clock. So we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing that. You have a wife and kids? No, King, I do not have a wife. I have a 15-year-old son though. I used to I used to have a wife, but you feel me? I don't have a wife. I'm not married. Single man, but I got a 15-year-old. We in Europe no longer see America as allies due to Trump. Yeah, Trump said Europe Trump said Europe is failing. He said y'all allowing too many immigrants into y'all country. He said y'all are a failed nation, man. He said Europe. He said Trump said, Europe. I'm just losing respect for Europe. They're just allowing too many immigrants into their country, and they're just becoming bad. They're just becoming bad, y'all. I don't know what Europe is doing, but if Europe don't get it together, Europe would no longer be it would just fall. It would just fall. And they still ain't loaded that truck. I'm trying to find out what he said about Europe. Let me see. He said he likes some. He said he likes some countries in Europe though, but he kind of grouped y'all into like one whole. I mean, into one box. You know what I'm saying? Like he spoke. He didn't spoke. I mean, he spoke ill of Europe, but he spoke positive of some countries in Europe. I gotta find that video where he was talking about Europe. What video was that? Somebody asked him about Europe. Oh man, we are returning people to their own country, but legally, right? So much violence and hate on earth. Wish things were nicer. Me too, man. We have just made a trading agreement making up 1/5 of the world's GDP. Really? Germany is returning people to their own country. Hmm. Interesting. 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 Let me see if I can find that video right now. Hold on. Where is that video? I just watched that video. Well, if it's anybody who's paying him money, he'll talk right. He'll talk in favor of them. Facts.
I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. Jelajahi cara baru mendapatkan informasi. Download Metro TV Extend sekarang.
Y'all heard what he said, man. Donald Trump said he's the president of all nations in Europe. He said y'all are doing a horrible job. Y'all headed in the wrong direction. Mass Immigration is failing Europe. Mass immigration is failing Europe. And he said, y'all need to get it together in Europe. All the countries in Europe need to get it together. Man, bro. Trump said he's the fucking president of Europe. That's what Trump said. He said, y'all failed policies, your mass migration, immigration, you failed politicians. Europe is going in the wrong direction. You heard what he said. People hung up on borders of land you can't even have. We die, yo. It's sad to see how many people have suffered because of his words. We need change. I feel that, Oregon. I feel that. I feel that. The U.S. southern border has been wide open since 1988. I grew up in Brownsville, Texas, just 20 miles from the border. Lindell, I've been to Brownsville, Texas. I was there. What the fuck was I doing in Brownsville? I forgot what I was in. I was over there for. I ate at some restaurant, like some train restaurant there in Brownsville, Texas. I literally, it was like a train restaurant. I can't remember the name of it, but it was like a restaurant train. Had some good food too. European countries consistently rank higher than the U.S. Yep. Quality of life, education, overall happiness. Yep. Dusty, where is your planet, Dusty? Where is your planet? Yo, they're not done. How long does it take them to load that dunnage? I think they're finishing up now. Actually, I might have to walk in there and go get the damn paperwork. Outside the Milky Way somewhere. A planet called Earth. Not Earth, but Earth. Oh my gosh. That's my boy Dusty, man. My alien brother. My alien brother from another mother. Oh, that tire has a nail in it. Oh no, that's not a nail. That's a rock. That's a rock. I thought it was a nail. That's a rock. My bad. Yeah. Looks good. Tires look good. Tires look good. All right. All right. Tires look good. Tires look good. All right. Oh, tires look amazing. Amazing. Yep, UPS did too. UPS, Costco, FedEx, uh, multiple companies are suing the government for their refunds. Many companies are. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. I didn't know because that light was still red, so I didn't know. Okay. Show me proof. Proof of what? Anna said, I don't know what to choose. Gotta choose one. Must choose one. Hey! Must choose one. I got my paperwork. Time to head out. Real talk. Real talk. Real talk. Real talk. Ooh, shit. It's cold as hell out here. Jail time is best. What? Jail time is best for who? Give me a few donuts while you there. I'll slide you a cool phone from my world. They ain't got no donuts. They're not even open yet. Tell me how Trump is not a tyrant, Brock said. Trump needs to stay, says Mike. It's your friend for you and Diddy. What? Diddy forgives you for you and Diddy. Bro, y'all just be talking, bro. Y'all just be talking sometimes, bro. Y'all just be talking. Appreciate that, Tammy. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. I appreciate that torch. These uses, they're not open, Dusty. They're not open. They're open for delivery, but they're not open in the store. Tammy, thank you for that gift, that torch. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate it. Donald Trump is president of Earth. Yo, wow. Y'all wildin', yo. Looking up every Trump supporter here. Tammy, much love, Tammy. Thank you for showing love. Thank you for showing love with the gifts. All of y'all, thank y'all for showing love for being here, hitting the like button, digital currency. Thank y'all, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Subscribing to the channel. Thank y'all. Much love to all of y'all. Whether you don't support Trump or you do support Trump, it don't matter to me. It's still all love. Cause a lot of y'all Trump supporters, y'all come to my channel, y'all subscribe to my channel, cause y'all know your boy is neutral. Y'all know your boy ain't a Donald Trump hater, but I damn sure ain't a Donald Trump lover like some of y'all. Some of y'all want him to be y'all king. Y'all be saying King Trump. I be like, what are y'all doing? They be want him to be King Trump. Didn't y'all see? Didn't y'all read Kings? Didn't y'all read Chronicles? Don't y'all see what happened to people when they got kings? And what these kings do? Y'all don't want no king, bro. I gotta get out real quick. Y'all hang out in the chat, talk amongst each other, man. Oh, it's a little cold outside. Oh shit. Why is that like that? Is this thing like broke or something? It just looks weird. We shall see how it's gonna be. We don't want to high hook that bad boy for sure. Definitely don't want to high hook it. Oh man. Trump need to be in jail braiding Jerome's braiding Jerome's hair. Damn, y'all going crazy in the chat. They going wild in the chat, y'all. Nah, bro, not along with every Trump supporter, man. We don't want to know. Forgive them, Brock, for they know not what they do. I need medevac to Mar-a-Lago. That boy said he need a medevac to Mar-a-Lago. Trump wouldn't lift a finger to help anyone. I need IV coolant. Bro going in the chat. Real lizard person. Bro said, I need a medevac to Mar-a-Lago. Hell no. I'm appalled. You ain't appalled. You a nigga that steal. Ugh. I can't lose when I'm with you. Oh man. The Don is a businessman. Come on, baby girl, get your ass out my way. Is that light not working? Oh, it's working. Yeah, it's working. It's working. It's working. Whew. Man, we got 2,386 votes. 2,386 votes. I don't like Trump, but I honestly just don't like politicians. That's why I'm always neutral. Just play games and eat edibles. Gotta have them edibles, bro. Gotta have them edibles. For sure. 59% says no. 41% says yeah. I do my own polls every day. I do my own polls every day. Real talk. And we get the same results every single day. Right now we got almost 2,500 votes. We get the same results every day. The approval rate of Donald J. Trump is overwhelmingly no every day. What up, Song Jones? Song, what's up, Song Jones? I ain't seen you in a while. What's going on with you, Song Jones? Song Jones. Make sure we still good. We still tapped in. Yep, we still tapped in. Got the trailer raised up. Let's roll with it, man. Real talk. Real talk, though. Put some love on the live. Put some love on the live, y'all. Put some love on the live. Put some love on the live, man. 9864. Oh yeah, we got the paperwork right here. You remember me? Yeah, I remember you. I went through my subscribers yesterday, and I saw your name. I was like, damn, I ain't seen Song Jones in a while. So I remember you. I check my subscribers all the time and see, cause I told y'all, if you my subscribers and you have a channel that you working on, I'll subscribe to your channel. But if you ain't working on your channel, you're not doing content, or you're not trying to. It don't look like you're trying to put out shorts or nothing like that. I don't subscribe. I just be like, I guess they just have a channel. They're not necessarily trying to be a content creator. So, but all of my subscribers that's trying to be content creators, I subscribe to their channel. I try to. So I was going through my subscriber channel today. I mean, my subscribers today or yesterday, and I saw your name, Song Jones. I saw your name, and I said, "Dang, I ain't seen Song in a while." I am a well-known troll. You're not a troll. You're a zombie. We don't use troll around here. You're I used to be the controller because I control the trolls, but I gave up that name. I'm not the controller no more. I just chopped the heads off of zombies. What up, OG? OG kicks in the building. What's good with it? What's up, Soul? 3D, what's up, 3D? What's good? My night is going well. My night is going well. Are there crazy drivers on the road today? I'm not trying to find out. I'm trying to actually I need to get going now because I still got to go through Omaha and Omaha gets crazy in the morning. Yeah, I'm not a content creator. I'm just here to watch videos and troll, right? Yep, right. I only troll, but Dom and select others are cool. Everyone else is getting it. Everybody else got to get that work. Everybody else got to get that work. Every time. Every time. Man, we don't, bro. Somebody said, "What's the topic today?" Somebody said, somebody said, "What's the topic today?" Bro, we done covered all the topics that you see. We already covered all the topics. Watch out for children of the corn. Got to. My wife's boyfriend. My wife's boyfriend got the same hat. That is crazy, bro. That is crazy. Shout out to you. I mean, you let your wife have a boyfriend. Shout out to you. That hoodie is hard, my guy. Puma. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had this I had this hoodie since 2019. Real talk. Yeshua is coming back soon. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Acts 2:38. Acts 2:38. Acts 2:38. Acts 2:38. Acts 2:38. Acts 2:38. I think that's Acts 2:38. Is that trust in God and not man? Is that scripture right there? Trust in God and not man? I'm not sure. John 3:5. When that's when Christ was talking to Nicodemus. Christ was talking to Nicodemus in John 3. Was it Nicodemus? No, it wasn't Nicodemus. What am I talking about? It might have been Nicodemus. Wakey, wakey, mods. Good morning, kitty. Be baptized in water. Right. Don, Washington, D.C. checking in. What's up, Danny? Great to see you. Great to see you too, Danny. What's up with you? How you doing, love? How you doing? How you doing? I know it's snowing out there, right? Y'all got that snow going on out there in D.C. Them tires turning? Are these? Man, I can't tell if the tires are moving or if they stuck. Oh yeah, that side moving and that side moving. Said I'm miserable in this snow. I already know. I already know. One of my Instagram friends, she in DC, and she had posted on her story. I was like, damn. I was like, y'all getting it out there. New world digital currency coming. Snow going crazy in DC. Bless y'all heart, bless y'all hearts. Good God Almighty, bless y'all hearts. I'm just gonna slide the trailer back just a little bit. I don't know how bad the winds are going on in Minnesota, so I don't wanna spread my wings too far. Somebody said yes, yes, yes. I have just about had it with this snow. I hope this is the last of it. Facts. I'm talking about. I'm so tired of the snow, Danny. Me and you both. Wait, did it not? Let me do this for a minute. Let me let the air go to the trailer because apparently it didn't do. Yes, Trump, Trump, Trump. SpaceX just launched 8 Starlink satellites today, 5,000 Army robots each year. You read about that, Toby, or you saw it? Did you see it? Did you see that with your own eyes? Or you just read about it, Toby? 5,000 Army robots? Really? How you feeling, Dom? That illness getting better? Yes, Danny. I feel and I sound better. Real talk. JC, welcome back, bro. Oh, shit. That thing. All right, let's see if it slide now. Praise God. Glad you're feeling back to yourself. Yeah, that should be good. I ain't going back too far. Yeah, me too. It feels good to be back normal. My phone is at 4%. I gotta put it on the charger soon. Dusty, do your thing, Dusty. Yes, he is. Are you a truck? I am new to the channel. Facts. Yep. Yep. What's up with it, Ari? Ari, Danny, thank you, Danny, for the love. Thanks for the gifts, Danny. Thanks for the gifts. I appreciate that. Or get a point 0.4 nicotine patch. For what? Back for pain? Nicotine patch for pain? I heard about nicotine patches, but I actually heard good things about nicotine patches. Cause I've been hearing nicotine ain't necessarily bad for you. It's just like oh for flu. Yeah, I've been hearing nicotine ain't necessarily bad for you. It's just like all the chemicals that they put in like different tobacco and stuff. I didn't have the flu, bro. Yeah, I definitely didn't have the flu though. My favorite part about being a trucker is the freedom that comes with it. My least favorite is traffic. So many. So many companies want their money back. The company right now that I'm delivering to want their money back. The company I'm delivering to right now want their damn money back. They already been in court right now trying to fight for them refunds. Dumb. So on my way to New York last year, a truck cut me off and gave me the finger. Hope you don't do that. Hell no. No, I don't cut. I don't cut cars off. I stay out of their way. I stay out of their way. I don't cut trucks off. I stay out of. I mean, not trucks, cars. I stay out their way. Real talk. All right, let's get up out of here, y'all. Let's get up out of here. Must be the money. Yeah, I mean, I ain't trying to. I wouldn't want nobody to do me like that. You feel me? I wouldn't want no truck. I already know a lot of people got a bad connotation about truck drivers, so I try to do the right thing. I don't want to be cutting nobody off, and you know that mirror straight. Yeah, that mirror need to come up just a little bit more right there. Yep. Check my mirrors. Yep. Mirrors ready to roll. We ready to roll. Cough it up. Drink ginger, peach, turmeric tea. Man, Toby in here dropping all the remedies, man. Shout out to Toby, man. Toby in here dropping all the remedies. We on our way to Mar-a-Lago, man. We got to go have a talk with Donald Trump before his State of the Union address tonight. If you didn't know, now you know. The State of the Union address is tonight, 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's tonight, and I gotta go. I'm headed to Mar-a-Lago right now. I gotta go holler at him before his speech. I gotta go talk to him and let him know that he needs to talk about some different shit. Let him know that he needs to talk about some real concerns of the American people. All right. I'm gonna tell him the best I can. I'm gonna tell him, man, the people tired of hearing you repeating catchphrases, bro. The people tired of you repeating the same talking points every time you open your mouth on these stages, bro. We want to hear something different, Mr. President. So I'm gonna talk to him today and see what he think about that. Y'all think he gonna cuss me out or what? Said, come pick me up, then we go. We got a bone to pick with Trump. I got you. I got you. Make sure you're ready. You got to be prompt. We got to be on time. We got to be on time. We got to be on time. Look at this car trying to cut me off. Trying to cut me off. You can't do that, car. Wait your turn. Yeah, I'm headed to Mar-a-Lago. I got to go holler at Trump, man. Mr. President, we got a bone to pick with you, man. See, a lot of times, too, when we make these right turns, y'all, I'm going to tell y'all car drivers something. When you behind a truck, when you behind a truck in a trailer and he making a right turn. When he make that right turn, he gonna swing wide. You car drivers, you need to stop trying to come between that right turn. It happens all the time, and that's when I cut you off because they train us to cut you off. I want y'all to know that when we making a wide right turn, it is not wise for you to try to fit in between that. It's not wise, but so many cars do it. You wouldn't believe it. So many cars try to do it, y'all. But I cut them off every time with my trailer because they're not supposed to do that. Every time. Jazz, what's up, Jazz? My bad, I didn't see you right there. Safe night, Dom. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. You know how I be. I be up at night, I be up in the morning. The afternoon, I do not be up. You got to catch me in the evening, night, and mornings, early mornings. Afternoons, oh, I'm knocked out every time. Every time. I'm knocked out every time. We almost at 2,500 votes, y'all. We almost at 2,500 votes, literally. Show me the money. Must be the money. Must be the money. Bruh, this ain't the turn right here. Old Cheney Road. Old Cheney Road. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. It's demonic warfare now. Pray for your guardian angels. Put on the whole armor of God each day. Come on with it, Toby. Come on with it. Go MAGA, Trump. Shout out to Jay, Child of God. Shout out to Liam Terry. Shout out to y'all being in the chat, man. Real talk. Must be the money. And all these cones finna get ran over. All these cones finna get ran over. Oh, I didn't hit no cone? Bro, that's a crazy turn I just made. I didn't hit one single cone. That is crazy. It's so tight right there, too. Wow. I just knew one of those damn cones was gonna get hit. I was like, fuck that. We running over one of those cones. That is wild work, bro. That's crazy. That's a boy. That was a good ass turn. I ain't gonna lie. That was a badass turn. That was a badass turn, bro. What up, Dirt? I never cut off a truck. Facts. That's what's up. Dirt. Good morning, Dirt. Damn. Now that I think about it, I'm hungry too. Actually, shit. Damn, they got a lot of construction going on right here. Wide turns only, man. Wide turns only. Damn, Lincoln, when y'all gonna fix that shit, Lincoln? When y'all gonna fix that shit? Safe travels. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of y'all are really nice, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. A lot of y'all are really nice. I feel like it's my channel is like since everybody found out that I'm the controller, that I'm the 86,000 second king. The trolls, the zombies have really slowed down, man. The zombies have really slowed down. When they find out that I'm the goddamn controller and I control the trolls, it really slowed down, man. Must be the money. The Dominator. Facts. Facts on facts. Hell is this New Jersey? Nah, this is Nebraska. This is Nebraska. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Davey. Thank you, Davey. Yep, chocolate donuts. Yep, fresh out chocolate donuts. Give me three of them. Give me three of them. One of them with sprinkles. Give me one with sprinkles on it. I'm leaving Nebraska, headed to Minnesota. On my way to Minnesota. Hell yeah, Dirt. Good morning, Alice. Hell yeah, Dirt. Real talk. What are you delivering? I've already delivered. I've already delivered. Freight of all kind, Costco. Food. I delivered food to Costco. What's up, lovebirds? What's up? What's up? We need one more vote for 2,500 votes. Make sure you get some rest, Dusty. If you need some rest, Dusty, make sure you get some rest for your therapy. I gotta take. It said I hit 117 subs on my channel. Hell yeah, Dirt. That's what's up, Dirt. Congrats, man. Keep going. You ready to go live? You be going live, Dirt? You ready to go live now, ain't you? 4 years. Oh, you can't go live? Oh, okay. Oh, damn, Dirt. I forgot you young. Yeah, I forgot you young as hell, Dirt. You getting ready for school this morning. I forgot you young as hell. Well, yep, you can't go live right now. Sure can't. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you, Dusty. Have a good one, Dusty. We will talk to you later, bro. 397,000 views? Damn. Who got that many views? Kane said, well, we all should support our president. Not all Americans support the president because all Americans don't feel like the president support them. So for you to say we all should support our president, the president should be working. The president worked for the American people. So all the American people don't feel like the president is supporting them. So for you, you can't. I mean, you can say that. It's easy. It's easy to say that, but so many Americans don't feel like they're being supported by Donald Trump. That's just a fact. Now, are they wrong for feeling that way? Are they wrong for feeling that way? Well, it's all perspective. Dom, I have 397 views on my channel. What you do? Videos, Dirt? What you do? Videos? You said you don't go. You said you can't go live. So how you got that many views on your channel? What you do? Shorts, videos? The Bible says to pray for your countries, their leaders. Hey, the hood grandma said to leave him alone. The Bible also says that there's also wickedness in high places. The Bible also says there's wickedness in high places too. And it really is wickedness going on in high places. Because all of this Epstein shit shouldn't even be a thing, man. Like your name shouldn't even be tied to anybody like Jeffrey Epstein. Your name shouldn't even be tied to nobody like that, right? The American people shouldn't have to wonder why the DOJ is redacting so many people, so much information. Why they redact and protecting so many names and people. It's wickedness. It's smoke everywhere going on. It's smoke everywhere. It's wickedness in high places, principalities, and y'all trusting these government officials more than y'all trust in the Lord. A lot of y'all trust in them more than you trust in the Lord, man. Real talk, real talk, y'all do. And these people ain't gonna pray for this man if this man ain't this man. This man showed up to the prayer breakfast, man, and barely said anything about the Lord. He showed up to the prayer breakfast and barely gave praise to the Lord. Barely. I don't even think he even gave praise to the Lord. All he did was talk crap at the prayer breakfast. All he did was talk bull crap. All he did was talk shit about Joe Biden. Same old talking points, same old catchphrases. That's all he did at the prayer breakfast. Well, that's supposed to be a place where you can go and try to come together in prayer and pray for himself, pray for the people, pray for the American people. He didn't take that opportunity to do so. But y'all want us to pray for the man? I don't think he's a man of God, to be honest with you. He ain't even confident enough to believe that he's gonna go to heaven. I don't think I'm gonna go to heaven. Watch this. They're gonna clip at not knowing that I'm just messing around. The fucking president play too fucking much. He joke around too much. He play too much. He's not serious. It's just y'all want us to respect that, man. Y'all want us to respect that. It's wickedness in high places, man. Frankly, I really don't trust a lot of them up there at the top. Oh, God is in control. Cruise control is on. Come on. Shepherd says, Marine taught Bible over 60 years. Let's turn to God. Thessalonians explains the whole Bible. God bless. We back. We back. We back. We back. We back. We back on the live. 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 Okay, okay, Soul, Sewell. I met Donald Trump once and he took a picture with my son. It was so nice. That's pretty cool, J Matt, J Matson. That's what's up, man. Saul. Okay, Saul. Or Saul. Saul, you know, same thing. Different different language. Or yep, same thing, different pronunciation. What's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? Look, y'all can't expect for me to see everything, man. I'm sorry, y'all. This road is bumpy. Y'all can't expect for me to see everything. Plus, y'all ain't even typing in all caps. So, I mean, you can expect for me to see it, but it ain't gonna happen. I ain't gonna see everything. This road is bumpy as shit. I feel like this road gonna end. The wind a little windy right here. Nah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, JC. But this Nebraska. This is Nebraska. That's what's up, Dirt. That's a lot of views, man. That's a lot of views. That's not true. The world is going crazy, and it's all over social media in video format. You can see it. You ain't got to just watch the news. You can figure out the world is going crazy online because people sharing it every day on live streams. Look at the look at the black boy that just got hung in Georgia the other day. Just got hung on the tree in Marietta, Georgia the other day. What's up, Crystal? But the police, what the police do? The police automatically ruled it as a suicide. You mean to tell me this young black college kid found a way to hang himself from a tree? Really? 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 Ain't nobody hanging themselves by fucking suicide, bro. Come on, bro. Ain't nobody committing suicide by hanging themselves, bro. Not on no tree. On a tree? Really? And y'all think that just the news didn't cover this? The local news might have covered it, but the news media didn't cover that. Down in Marietta, Georgia, old KKK town right there. That's an old KKK. That's an old racist town. Old sundown town, Marietta, Georgia. That's an old sundown town. Man, hell no, it was no fucking suicide. Black men don't hang themselves by suicide. We don't do that. That's a young black man. We black men don't hang ourselves ever. Nowhere in our history in this country, we don't hang our fucking selves. Am I sure it wasn't suicide? His family said, "Hell no, that ain't no suicide. That's foul play. Nothing was wrong with their son. They knew that. They knew their son. They knew their son very well. He was in school. He was close to his family. They knew him. Hell no, that boy didn't hang himself. Mama Duck, what's up, Mama Duck? I was looking for you to go live. I was looking for you to go live. You never went live, Mama Duck. What happened? No, the police is covering this shit up. They think they covering it up though, but the FBI finna step in now. The FBI is about to step in. The FBI is about to step in. What time did you go? What time did you go live? Cause you said you was gonna go live 3 or 4 o'clock my time, and I woke up like 3:30 for some reason. I went back to sleep though. I did go back to sleep. But why did I wake up? Oh, I think I got a phone call. I woke up like 3:30. You said you was gonna live, and I went to your channel. Wasn't live. Yeah, so I don't find that funny at all. So I definitely don't find that funny at all. It's a serious matter. I went live about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and was for an hour and a half. You say you went live at 3 p.m. Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, Mama Duck. I did not see you live. Yep, I didn't see that one. But so 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time would have been 2 o'clock for me. I was asleep. I was asleep at that time. You must. Did you save it? Did you save the live, or you deleted it after you finished? Let me see. Mm. Oh, we got 2,600 votes on the live. 2,600 votes on the poll. 13 hours ago. Yeah, I see it. I see it now, Mama. Yeah, you must have ended it. You must have ended. Yeah, you must have ended it right when I was waking up. You had to. Anyways, I'll have to catch you next time. I don't know when you plan on going live again, but I'm gonna have to catch you next time. My bad, I missed you, Mama. Cause I know I went to your channel. I went to your channel and I specifically turned the notification bell on. I said, let me turn the notification bell on so I can get the notification when you went live. But I'll just catch you next time. Okay. Okay, okay. Sounds like a plan right there. Damn, that truck is lit up. That truck is lit up. Look at that thing passing by. Lit up like Christmas lights. Look at that truck passing by like Christmas lights. I love that. Damn, Brian. Let them know how you feel then, Brian. Let them know how you feel, Brian. Right? Yeah, anybody hit that truck, they must be falling asleep. Y'all give me a moment, man. Chat amongst each other. Y'all give me a moment, man. Just chat amongst each other in the chat. Talk to each other in the chat. I'll be right back. I try my best to be safe, Mama Duck. I try my best every day.
Thank you, thank you. I was going to grace you with a song, but that will be suffice. I, like so many of you, rise today with all of the heaviness and bone-crushing sadness of a broken heart. This week, the lion has gone to sleep, and there will forever be a hole in so many of our hearts. And as I stand here and look out upon the light of the beaming faces of so many people, I am reminded of what King David said in the book of 2 Samuel. That is to say, upon hearing of the death of Abner, David gathered his strength and lifted his voice and declared, "And do you not know that a great man has fallen that day in Israel? For that my father was a great man, and a great man and a lion has fallen and gone to sleep this week. And a kind man my father was, and a humorous man. One time he was talking with my mother about coming home from the hospital. And he told my mother, Jackie, that's my address on Constance Avenue. Heaven is my home. He's a strong man and a bold man, a courageous and a loving man, and a man that had no fear. He was a man of extraordinary vision and perseverance. Today we come as a family with a grateful attitude. And the measure of his greatness cannot be evaluated by what he owned or what he left behind. Our family car growing up was a beautiful Buick station wagon. How we enjoyed that wagon. Reverend Jesse Jackson, Dad, all of the above, you're going to hear me use that term interchangeably. I respect the father, I respect the man, and he's simply Dad. He was not a great man because of how many awards he received or for the long list of honorary degrees that are in his name. The fact is he walked with kings and presidents and did not make him great according to the standards of the religion of Jesus Christ. What made my father great was the fact that he trusted in the Lord. He was a public servant who dedicated his life to the possibility of making a more excellent way. I thank my brothers and my sisters so much for their love and kindness. He believed in love. He believed in the dignity of all human beings. He believed that just because you were born in the slums were not born in you. Jesse Jackson believed in America before America believed in itself. He honored the words of the Declaration of Independence more than the man who signed it. And Jesse Jackson honored the ideals of the Constitution of the United States more than the 25 slaveholders that ratified it in their hypocrisy. My father didn't just post about equality on social media, but rather he put his life on the line and went to jail for equality for over 50 years. My brothers and sisters gracing me on this stage today, and my mother, my brother, my sister, and myself, we all went to jail for free South Africa. That's what Dad had us do. The Reverend Jesse Jackson was attacked for diversity, vilified for equality, and had people who wanted to kill him because he understood that all of us have a constitutional right to be included. And this, my brothers and sisters, is the true measure of greatness. What will you give to the Lord? And on behalf of my entire family, I want to thank the people, first of all, in Chicago for loving us unconditionally. They say this is the city that was meant to be where the lake and the prairies meet. He was planted here. The people of Chicago have been good to Jesse Jackson and Jacqueline Jackson and the entire Jackson family. There is no other city that could have nurtured my father's true greatness better than the city of Broad Shoulders. Because remember, brothers and sisters, my father was on his way to law school, and the great Dr. Samuel DeWitt Proctor suggested that he go to the seminary and not to Duke University to study law. Jesse Jackson came to Chicago because of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And when he got here, all he had was a Bible, a prayer, and his loving wife, my mother, Mrs. Jackson. Don't look at where my father ended up to understand who he was, because in order to understand him, you have to go back to where he started. My father got to Chicago. He didn't have anywhere to live, and it was the generosity of the A.R. Leak family that gave my family a place to stay. You see his children in Congress, you see his children in business and in media, but that's not where the story started. My father was riding in a car going down the Dan Ryan in school with his college classmate, Reverend Henry O'Hardy, and they heard a song, I Must Tell Jesus, on the radio. They turned that car around on the broadcast and went to 45th and Princeton Avenue and met the Reverend Dr. Clay Evans. And that is when he joined Fellowship. And when he got there, we want to thank Reverend Sharp and the Fellowship family. He didn't have any food. It was in the bread line that he first joined Fellowship Missionary Baptist Church. I want to say, Chicago, you've been good to us. When we were hungry, you fed us. When we ran for office, you supported us. When we made mistakes, you forgave us. And when we were misunderstood, you stood up for us. We love Chicago. I want you to know Chicago is my kind of town. Because this city always gives birth to great things. We've seen Jesse Jackson's ministry, Reverend Clay Evans, Harold Washington, Kara Mosley Brown, Michelle and Barack Obama, Mayor Brandon Johnson. It keeps giving birth to many great things. And the list goes on and on. I rose up today to say thank you, Chicago. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for defending us. Thank you for believing us. And thank you for being who you are. And to the Rainbow Push family, my father would not have been who he is had it not been for you. He came back here every week, anywhere he was in the world, to give you a report. He loved Chicago. There was something about the intense gravitational pull of your love that always brought him back to Chicago. It brought joy to his heart. And like a moth to a flame, like a bee to a flower, like an elephant moving on the Serengeti plain, he found his way back to Chicago every week. Jesse Lewis Jackson was drawn to you. And today I want to say thank you. You've always been here for my father. We couldn't count on anybody else, but we could always count on you. Today we say thank you. And I want you to know as I close, we see hope. In a few days from now, the son of a teenage mother who was rejected by his father and by society will lie in state in the capital of South Carolina. What God has blessed, no man can challenge. In a few days, presidents and pastors, CEOs, bus drivers, the cooks, the groundskeeper will make their way into a church to give thanks for a life of a man who was born off of the beaten path of history and some small town in South Carolina that nobody cared about. I see hope. In just a few days, the nation will pause to remember Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, and even his enemies will have to tip their hats, bow their heads, and say that was a life well done to his greatness. I see hope. I see possibility. I see joy coming in the morning. Because if God could do something with the life of a Jesse Lewis Jackson, God can surely do something with each one of you and me. My father was not born from a prominent name or family. The family did not have health insurance. There was no money to be bestowed. My father had hope. My father was not born into that legacy. He was born on the Lord's side. And the same God who did this for Jesse Lewis Jackson, he can do it for you. God can take the tattered edges of your life, Weave them together into a tapestry of significance and achievement. Don't let nobody tell you the way it started is the way it has to end. All you have to do is look to the life of a Reverend Jesse Jackson to know that if God be for you, then nobody can be against you. My heart is happy today as I stand in my Father's rightful place. I've cried sometimes this week, and this hope just won't leave me alone. Over the past few days, every time I wanted to fall into despair, it kept whispering in my ear. I could hear my Father telling me, every time I think of God, I thank God. And then I showed up today because possibility has been talking to me, and love told me to tell you that hope is still alive. It may be fragile, it may be stuttering, it may be weak at times, it may be suffering from moments of great peril, but make no mistake about it, hope is not dead. And although my Father has left his earthly address, our job is to keep hope alive. You don't let the sadness of us try to kill us. All the joy of our ancestors have died for this process. If you want to honor my Father, then honor him with your tenacity. Honor him with your hopefulness and with your determination to break the back of all bigotry. He will continue to fight racism even from the grave. Despair is not new. My Father has always been a hopester because the only way to honor him is to do what only you could have done. What would Jesse do? He would fight racism. What would Jesse do? Register people to vote. What would Jesse Jackson do? Tell your children, pick their heads up. What would Jesse Jackson do? He would confront the bigots in our society. What would Jesse Jackson do? Never surrender. What would Jesse Jackson do? Fight for these 400,000 women in the federal government that lost their job. What would Jesse Jackson do? Continue to feed the hungry. What would Jesse Jackson do? Fight for a housing policy. So I say to you, brothers and sisters, you do that, you do the same. And what you've done will outlive hatred. It will outlive mediocrity. And in all of your blessings, continue to put your hand in God's hand. I thank you. Mom, we love you. Thank you for 65 loving years. Thank you for nursing my dad day in and day out. Mom, thank you for being the woman in Proverbs 31. Mom, thank you in sickness and in health. Thank you for in good times and bad times. Thank you, Mom, for hanging on, staying strong, for being the model of a woman that God will truly honor.
Powerful. Powerful, powerful, powerful speech. That was a powerful speech. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed it was. Anyways, y'all, I hope you all have a great day. Beautiful day, Taco Tuesday. Come back and see me later on. We will be talking about the State of the Union address that's happening tonight. President Donald Trump will deliver his speech tonight at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you guys are tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and cut this live, and I will see you guys later on. Take care, Mama Duck. Take care, Dirt. Take care of everybody. Y'all have a great day. I'll talk to y'all later.